we wait maybe in the past 15 minutes, then we start our conversation.
Great. Jeanette, take the mic and begin.
Hi everyone. Thank you, Hilary, for hosting this space. I don't have any questions at the moment. I'm waiting for Dr. Miguna to start the conversation. Then I will definitely ask questions as the conversation flows. Otherwise, I'll say thank you. Thanks to all for joining this space. And let's just request for the mic to have everyone's voice heard in this conversation. Each and everyone's contribution is important when it comes to the way forward for Kenya, based off the protests we've been having and this revolution in general. So thank you, Maj, for this opportunity to speak.
Thanks, Jeanette. Captain and Mr. Davis, in that order. Governor, would you kindly mute your mic? Yes, thank you.
Will not use that. Governor, guys, let us keep our conversation very cordial and so respectful. You cannot come and open. If you have a noise on the background, make sure that you mute your mic, and make sure that you're in a quiet place so that we can keep our conversation on a proper way. Back to you, Marge.
Thanks, Hilary. So, Captain and Mr. Davis, in that order, kindly proceed.
Yes. Good evening, guys. I hope you guys are getting me
loud and clear.
Okay, thank you. I would want to thank you guys for bringing up this. We are worried as Kenyan youths of what is going to happen ahead, because some of us, we don't want to be represented, and the president is not ready to listen to what Kenyans are saying, because the way he is doing his things is like he's ignoring what Kenyans what Kenyans are saying, and it's not a good picture to all of us. So I would like Miguna to tell us on his personal view what he thinks can be done, because we youths at the moment, we don't want, our demands are loud and clear. It's everybody knows what we are demanding, and we would love the president to do the honorable thing and do what Kenyans want. Let him not ignore, because everybody knows what the Gen Zs are fighting for, but they are ignoring it and coming up with a system to weaken this movement, which is not a good thing. When we are starting this, I just want us to start on the perception of we are marching on the movement, and we are going forward, getting guidance from people like Miguna, because they have done this way before. But this one is big, and we don't have guidance. When we get guidance from people like Miguna, I think we will get the good energy and we will do the great. Thank you. I would love to speak again when the space it's a bit we have the good number of people to talk. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So I will then, release you from the panelist, just because we're going to cycle again so that others can come in and also ask their questions to Miguna. So Captain, it's all right. You're going to come back again. Mr. Davis, and then Masika, and then Abdul, in that order. Mr. Davis, can you hear me? I cannot hear you. Hilary, can you hear him?
No, nobody's
okay.
Speaking. Yeah.
Okay, then let's go to Masika, then Abdul Rahman. I think I can hear.
Thank you so much.
Masika, just a moment. I think I can hear Mr. Davis now. Mr. Davis, speak again. Okay, something is wrong with your mic. Please leave the space and come back. Masika, over to you.
Okay, thank you so much for this opportunity. And I'm very happy, very glad tonight that we are going to engage on matters that are so important to our nation. I'm very happy to be in this panel with Dr. Miguna, and it's a good thing that we have such kind of leaders who cannot be compromised, leaders who cannot be corrupted. So I know today we will come up with a solution with Kenya and with the Sakayo, who is now killing everybody in the country. So I know that as time goes by, we will deliberate on many issues that will help us. But the main purpose is that we should not surrender. We should not retreat. Let us keep forward. Let us keep on moving. And this revolution will be a success. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Masika, for your comments. Abdullah Rahman, please, and then Duta.
I need a minute to settle. The next speaker can, and then I'll raise my hand when I'm ready.
That's all right. Duta, over to you.
Thanks, Marge, and thanks, Hilary, for this space. Thanks, Miguna, for being here. I think I'll go straight on to debull or to debunk and slaughter the bull, because we need to slaughter the bull. My question is, in regards to the motion of today, the way forward. In a functional government, I think we should be having those parliament, all members of parliament home, because the mess symbolizes legitimacy. That means the parliament was dissolved the moment that mess was gone. So you should guide us in terms of that area, and also on the vote of no confidence. Any finance bill that fails is equal to a vote of no confidence. And because we don't have presidents in Kenya, is this equal to a vote of no confidence? Is that another direction? The third direction is reconstitution of the IEBC. Can you guide us on where we need to go in terms of reconstituting the IEBC? 2 years down the lane, there was NADCO, and I think that's what slowed down the reconstitution of the IEBC. And the president has just announced the new fancy name that is given the new committee, I think multi-sectorial, that's the name. So what's the magic of the new committee? Because anything that will be tabled to the current parliament is as well as dead. Any report that will be tabled there is as well as dead. So what's the way forward in terms of reconstituting the IEBC? Because when we move forward, as much as we're saying Ruto must go, yes, we need someone there. And the only way is reconstituting the IEBC, because as much as we say he must be gone, we get to elections. So for us to get someone else in, we need the IEBC and commissioners back. Can you guide us on that, Mr. Miguna? Thank you.
Thanks so much, Nduta, for very, very specific questions. And your questions actually marry with a few other questions that were submitted. Number one on the list, of course, is the reconstruction of IEBC, whereby there were some legal minds who stated that the secretariat would still be functional for the recall process. But that we are lucky to have Dr. Miguna, who's also a lawyer. He's going to delve very deeply in that. The vote of no confidence is something that many speakers also shared on, and of course the question on if the parliament can be dissolved that in a way that you described or not, and it's very important that these questions are addressed, because we have a lot of misinformation going out there. So this space is going also to serve as a civic education space. Thanks again. So now we move to Droplex and then the way forward and Be Real. Droplex, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Yeah, kindly proceed.
Okay, like I'm speaking on behalf of the Gen Zs. We feel like the government is trying to demolish us or reduce our numbers in capacity. They're trying to kill us because we are doing the right thing, demonstrating in the streets. It's like we're working it for everyone. And if you see at those KDFs, they're shooting at us. They use snipers to shoot at us. But we are not doing anything wrong. For our demonstration is just straightforward. And Ruto understands the policy well. He does it by force, by killing us. And we Gen Zs don't need a leader. For now, we need to march forward as one. So I heard yesterday he said that we need to elect 2 leaders so that they can have a talk. But we don't need any leader. Our plans, we work it here on X and we march forward together. And to those MPs who voted yes, some of them we must just greet them when we meet them. It is not a secret. We must greet them in a manner that they will remember us, no coming back. And as I finish this, kindly we need some advices from Dr. Miguna here. We're gathered here to listen to him. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Droplets. Hillary and Wanjiru, feel free to open your mic anytime you want to say something. And Hillary, don't don't wait, because I'm really just focusing on queuing in. So when you want to chime in, just chime in freely. Wanjiru, I see your mic is on. Over to you.
Yes, Madge. Dr. Meguna, thank you for joining us today. I'm going to ask a question that I would like you to think about when you get onto the panel. I'm just seeing the disobedience of the court orders that is so obvious, and the disregard of the judicial pronouncements, and particularly with the ongoing abductions. I mean, Ruto's administration is in contempt of court. It's been clarified. And just wondering why we have not moved to the court to pronounce on this matter while it is still prominent in the media and the world is watching. Because I just have a feeling that just when this thing is so hot and the world is watching, potentially a pronouncement would deter or reduce the number of abductions, because this has gone it's out of order. I mean, South Africa was able to get a ruling for Zuma, and he went and spent some time in jail. And I know that this is a sitting president, so we would like to know what the rules around that, and what is the possibility of a pronouncement from our superior courts.
All right. Thank you so much, Wanjiru, for that question. Daktari, I don't know whether now you're ready. We can start our conversation, or we wait again 5 minutes more. Daktari, you're muted. Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Bwana Gondi. I am not sure whether you guys want me to jump in or to wait a little bit more. It's up to you. It is your...
Yeah, you told us to wait 15 minutes so that we can
Yeah,
start.
so I think I can probably just jump in.
All right. But when you're coming in, I would like you to start this way, Dr. Miguna, that we are sending our heartfelt condolences to the fallen heroes, the people who are killed. If you can start from there, and then you jump to the question that what is would you share your thoughts on the impact of these events on the nation and justice for the victims as we go on? Thank you, Dr.
Yes, thank you very much again. I feel very bad about what is happening in our country, but at the same time feel extremely ecstatic with the solidarity, the patriotism, the fearlessness, and a sense of duty and focus that I've seen, the revolutionary spirit among the Gen Zs and the millennials. And to tell you the truth, I saw from all areas of Kenya, regions, gender, all races, because for the first time in Mombasa and other places, I even saw Indians protesting. I saw in the diaspora even Caucasian friends of Kenya demonstrating I've seen Kenyans protesting from Washington to New York to London to Germany, everywhere. So this is like no other mass action against impunity. So, yes, we are extremely sad that the tyrannical regime of William Ruto has turned its guns on innocent, unarmed, peaceful protesters who are simply exercising their rights under Clause 1 of the Constitution, which states that sovereignty belongs to the people of Kenya and that the people can decide to exercise their sovereignty through their elected leaders, or in this case, when they deem that the elected leaders have failed to discharge their responsibilities, they can do so themselves directly. But I would like to start with a historical context. It is important for us to note that the current revolutionary activities all over the country and all over the world have not erupted in a historical vacuum. In other words, these grievances, the protests, are not new. They have been going on since colonialism. So, what is it that Kenyans have wanted historically? Kenyans, number one, wanted back their land, land which is the major factor of production, land which, after the British left, the new rulers, including Ruto, grabbed and are now using, plus, of course, their Western interests. Secondly, they wanted the basic necessities of life. They want employment, they want food, they want housing, they want dignity. Dignity as human beings. So that when you express yourself on the street, at home, wherever, or when you're using spaces like this, you are not subjected to abductions. You are not subjected to threats like I've been receiving every day telling me that they are going to, quote unquote, deport me back to Canada, or they are coming for me, or that Ruto did me a favor by simply respecting court orders and the Constitution to allow me to return to my country of birth. This is, in a nutshell, what is happening today. It has accumulated for many decades. Between 2017 and 2022, if many people recall, Uhuru Kenyatta did the same thing. He turned his guns on the people. He was abducting Kenyans. Many of them, their bodies were found in River Yala. Many of them disappeared up to today. And we know people were tortured. Personally, my house was bombed. They abducted me just the same way they've been abducting people at night when I was sleeping. Vanished with me, tortured me, and forced me out of the country. This is the context. So when the Gen Zs come onto the streets and say, reject Finance Bill 2024, we should not lose that historical context, that the grievances are not new, that this culture of impunity that Ruto now exemplifies, the refusal to listen to the people, the runaway corruption, the plunder that does not know limits, the arrogance that you see when D posts on X, and when Farouk and Sudi go to Arambes every week and purport to donate tens of millions of public money that they have stolen. Farouk Kibet does not hold any public office, but can donate on every weekend Arambe 10 million shillings. Sudi's salary is 1 million shillings, but he can donate 20 million every weekend. These are public money. When Kenyans see Ruto walking around with a watch worth 30 million shillings, many watches, and shoes of 2 million, and takes a private jet to the US that is purportedly worth 200 million, does not account for any of this. When Ruto cries that Uhuru Kenyatta left an empty coffers at Treasury, but instead of going for the people that looted the Treasury and left the coffers empty so that they can pay the so-called debts that Kenyans did not consent to them taking, he then turns around and overtaxes Kenyans. The same Kenyans that are unemployed, the same Kenyans who cannot afford 3 meals a day, the same Kenyans that is brutalizing. This is the trigger. Finance Bill 2024, which is an IMF World Bank project, was simply a trigger based on the historical grievances that Kenyans have had for all this time. It was also precipitated by the fact that even though the Constitution ended, at least legally, the imperial presidency, the president has refused to recognize the constitutional limits. For instance, he's using the power of the presidency that is limited in the Constitution to emasculate parliament, and has emasculated parliament completely through bribery, through CDF, which the courts have declared illegal, through threats like that of Kibet Farouk, through kidnappings or abductions, and through bribery. He has also emasculated the judiciary, again, through the same mechanisms. So the legislative arm of government and the judicial arm of government have been turned into extensions of State House. The executive is now engaged in impunity. They do things without restraint. The victims of injustices, the victims of Kenyans who have been abducted, Kenyans who have been tortured, Kenyans who have been murdered or extrajudicially killed, have not received justice. Ruto has not even spent 1 minute expressing his condolences. So, in other words, we have had unbridled arrogance of public officers, including the president, that has exploded into the protests. People, I believe about 65% of Kenya's population is unemployed. These people are on the street because, number one, they don't even have anything to do. They don't have anything to do because the state has failed. The government has failed to take care of them. Ruto was saying the other day that he wants to export manual laborers to Germany and other places. And many of us are saying, no, the reasons Kenyans elected you is to create employment in Kenya so that these young people, these unemployed, can contribute to the development of the country in Kenya, not going outside to become slaves and to be mistreated in Saudi Arabia and many other places. So, what is the way forward? From what we have seen in the last 1.5 weeks, William Ruto is not interested in accepting the fact that the people have rejected what he has been doing for the last 2 years. Why do I say that? Number one, the abductions are continuing. Today, you saw that they abducted the former MP from his own region, Mr. Alfred Keter, in broad daylight, in front of his children and wife, coming from a church. So that's not a contrite and reasonable leader. That's not a democratic leader. That's not a leader who is listening. Because what is it that Keter has been doing? Keter has been using his X space to challenge Ruto, to question him, to interrogate him, to express his opinions pursuant to the Constitution. The Bill of Rights gives him that, give him those rights. But Ruto does not respond reasonably. If Keter had done anything wrong, if Keter had committed any crime, there is a way to summon someone to the DCI or to arrest them humanely in a dignified way, legally, by two policemen appearing at home and telling him that he's under arrest. I don't think that he would resist. But here he's being abducted on the streets, just like many Kenyans have been abducted and disappeared. Number two, he unilaterally purported to have withdrawn, quote unquote. I use quote unquote because the bail has not been withdrawn. He purports that he withdrew Finance Bill 2024 and that he sent it back to the House. The law does not allow him to do that. The law simply allows him to reject the bill with a memo back to the House on what it is that he thinks should be amended or not amended. But he cannot unilaterally withdraw the entire bill. He's not allowed to do that by law, so he's just claiming that he did that. But why did he wait until too late? Some of us, I, for example, since 2023, I told him to withdraw Finance Bill 2023. It's a matter of public record. I also told him to withdraw Finance Bill 2024 before it was presented to the House, before it was debated, before it was passed. Kenyans demanded, even on the day of rage, on Thursday, when a few gallant youth stormed Parliament, they wanted Parliament not to preside over the passage of the bill. Ruto refused. Why did it take so many lives lost for him to purport, to reject, to sign the bill into law? And more importantly, Ruto, 2 days ago, signed the Appropriation Bill 2024 that authorizes him to spend billions, hundreds of billions of public money. The question is, what does Ruto care about? The money that he's supposed to spend and loot, or the taxes? Because he's still taxing under the Finance Bill 2023 anyway. The taxes as of today are excessive anyway. They are punitive anyway. And those taxes are continuing anyway. If you go anywhere else in Kenya today, you will be taxed. So nobody is saying the withdrawal or the refusal or the rejection of Finance Bill 2024 has solved anything. It hasn't. And then it has not stopped Ruto from spending the hundreds of billions. The illegal expenditures continue. The stealing continue. The ostentatious spending continue. The abductions continue. The extrajudicial killings continue, which means Ruto is telling Kenyans, go to hell. He's putting his middle finger and flashing it to Kenyans. The last point. Ruto then purports yesterday and unilaterally announced that he has constituted some consultation or consultative youth engagement without reference to the people, without reference to the grievances, without knowing or understanding or appreciating the fact that the demonstrations was a vote of no confidence on the street pursuant to section clause 1 of the Constitution against his regime. He's not contrite. He called the protesters criminals. He said the criminals had infiltrated and had done all manner of things. But it is Ruto's goons, the police, the killer squads that are not dressed in police uniform, killing people on the streets. So this is the context. We are saying Ruto is incorrigible. Ruto has become ungovernable and must be brought to account. And the people of Kenya have a right under clause 1 of the Constitution to bring him to account. They can do that on the street. They don't have to do that through Parliament because Parliament has been captured. Those suggesting that we go to court are missing the point completely. law is an instrument of power, not the other way around. I studied law. Law serves the state. Law does not serve the citizens. The primary purpose of law is to serve the state. That is why the state enacts the laws. The citizens don't enact the laws. So, and the courts, the judges are employees of the state. The state pay them. The state protect them through weapons and muzzle men. And the state can threaten them, can intimidate them, can bribe them, and are doing that already. That is how come a judge ratified the illegal deployment of the military on the streets. We don't have martial law in Kenya. We don't have a military dictatorship in Kenya, or at least we should not have. But we have the military on the streets. Ironically, we have a deployment of 2,000 police officers in Haiti. They are saying we don't need them in Kenya, but we need them in Haiti. But in Kenya, we need the military on the roads. So what is the way forward? Ruto expects Kenyans to be confused, Kenyans to be divided, Kenyans and Gen Zs, particularly Gen Zs, to say this is our movement. Nobody should speak about this movement. Nobody should purport to be a leader. Nobody should give us direction. They want that because they know that the staying power of any unorganized group is maximum of 2 weeks. So they're waiting. They are waiting for them to infiltrate. They are waiting for them to buy a few of the patriots. They are waiting to compromise them. They are waiting to use to reach them through their parents. They are waiting to basically for them to die through attrition. They are also waiting for them to start being opportunistic and fighting against each other and making contradictory demands. They know that they have the NIS, they have the DCI, they have the military intelligence, they have the bureaucracy, they have the CIA, they have the intelligence of the British. They have all this institutional firepower against just discontented citizens. So they expect the discontented citizens to be confused. We cannot allow ourselves to be confused. And I say ourselves because this struggle does not belong to any generation. This is a struggle for all Kenyans. It cannot be a struggle for one generation. The problems we are facing affect all Kenyans. Overtaxation affects all Kenyans. Tyranny affects all Kenyans. Keter that they abducted today is not a Jay-Z, is not a Generation Z. So we know that he wants to divide us. So we cannot allow that. So our demands, in my respectful opinion, can only be one. Ruto and his entire regime must go. They must resign now because they are not capable, they are unable, they are unwilling, and it is not in their best interest to resign. They will not do it willingly. All right? Power does not concede without resistance. Power does not concede without a fight. Nobody exercising the kind of power Ruto has will surrender without a fight. So he will not throw in the towel on his own. He will not concede to the extent that what he does is inimical to his existence. In other words, if Ruto were to surrender today and gave in to everything, which then makes his survival as a head of state and a head of government and his so-called re-election prospects almost zero, he will not do that. And we know right now it is almost zero. It is now that we must demand that he resigns because he is at his weakest point. He cannot leave to State House and go anywhere. He cannot even go abroad and waste our money. He cannot go to church anymore. His wife could not even go to church this weekend. He could not go to church and leave without people chasing after him. His MPs cannot walk freely in Kenya. His ministers cannot talk anywhere. We have them, as they say, by the scrotum. If you stop squeezing, you give this maniac the ability to come back and consume everyone. They have already identified each one of us. So all they will need to do is come and pick each one of you one by one and disappear with you, and nothing happens. Our strength is in our numbers. Once you gather in huge numbers, other than him being vicious and hiring snipers, there's nothing else he can do. And right now, he's at a corner. The ICC is watching. The international community is watching. The UN already told him that he cannot abuse Kenyans. The press is all over him. Ruto is at his weakest point. This is the time to go for the kill. If we don't do it now, he will recover and he will defeat everything that we are fighting for. Now, people said, so what happens after he resigns? I had proposed something very, very simple. We set up, and I'm not saying people have to agree to this, but it can be debated and people have to tell me what other better ideas they have. We set up an independent, a national transitional authority, which is voluntary, of 54 professional volunteers comprising youth, men, and women of integrity from all nationalities, all religious backgrounds. 54 because we are about 54 communities. So no community to be left out of this transitional council because it has to represent transitional authority because it must represent everyone. Small and big communities represented equally. This authority will set up an independent investigative authority to investigate all questionable land transactions, corruption scandals, allegations of all institutional and individual abuses, political assassinations from 1963 to present. This has not been done before. This is equivalent to the Nuremberg process in Germany after the Nazis were defeated. All right? When Hitler was defeated, a system, a process was set into place. The third thing that we need to set up, which this National Transitional Authority will do, is to reconstitute the IBC within 2 weeks. You cannot allow Ruto to reconstitute the IBC. That would be stupid because the people he will be putting there will be people that will be serving his interests for 2027. That is exactly the problem that people had in 1992 after Moi allowed the multipartyism, or in 2002 when Kibaki took power, or in 2018 after the National Accord was put into place. We allowed politicians with vested interest to nominate their own people that will serve their own interests. The result will exactly be what we have now or worse. The elections of 2020. I think India organizes elections in 1 month, and India is the most populous country in the world, and they have more than 2.5 billion people. I mean, Britain just announced an election. They're holding it in a month. France held elections in 3 weeks. Elections are not the most complicated things. And in fact, Rosalind Akombe, who is listening and is part of this discussion, and produced a report because she was part of the IBC in 2017, has recommended on a report I have posted on my handle at page 7 to 12 what it is that requires to be done with the IBC. She's saying, and she's been there, you cannot have a government in power that has abused power, that has been alleged to have stolen elections, that have looted money, that controls all levels of power to reconstitute the IBC. You would be a fool. It's like telling me you come to my house, you invade it, and then you ask me, which room should I spend in for tonight? I will give you a room strategically so that I can finish you at night. We cannot be that stupid. And Ruto should not think that we are that stupid. So basically, that's the way forward. We cannot clutter the demands. It cannot be a laundry list of 10 things. The moment you have demands that are more than 3 items, you are confused. The state knows they can use you. All these pamphlets that I'm seeing on Twitter, all these things are mostly done by NIS. They are doing them to infiltrate. They are doing them so that they can come back and undermine the entire process. People like Itumbi are producing glossy, nice-looking letterheads, and they are producing as if they are on the side of the Gen Z revolution and putting Ruto must go. Don't be deceived by this laundry list of demands. Those laundry list of demands contradict the first demand. If we are saying Ruto must go, why would you expect somebody you are saying must go to be doing things for you so that he can go? What are you waiting for? You get rid of him, then the things that you had as demands, as grievances, you have an authority which is voluntary, and members of this authority are not entitled to run for elections. And then the people who are currently serving will be banned for 10 years from running for election, some for life, and then some will have to go to jail. Really, if you don't have this kind of very targeted, very focused, a, a big picture kind of proposal, then we are lost. Ruto will be strengthened. Ruto will use money. Ruto will use thugs. Ruto will scatter everything. And like Moi, he will continue ruling. And this time, he will even remove terms of presidential term limits. Because don't forget, Ruto works with ODM and with Azimio right now in parliament. Don't forget. Don't be deceived by the fact that Azimio voted no in parliament. They voted no as protesters were raging at the gate. That's the context. Just 2 weeks ago, Pasaris, who said how beautiful Ruto was, how in love she was with Ruto, how beautiful this finance bill 2024 was, voted no. Do you trust that no? And there are many like that. So we cannot be naive. We cannot be stupid. We should not be exuberant. We should not declare victory. We cannot say Ruto has conceded. Ruto has conceded nothing. Linturi is still in cabinet even with the fake fertilizer scandal. The people who perpetrated KEMSA scandal are working with him. The people who killed Kenyans in 2017, 2022, Boynet, Said Kiprotich, people like Koome, who was the head of police in Nairobi during that time, are currently sitting within the National Security Council. Don't be deceived. So that's my first part. Any questions?
Dr. Miguna, can I go first? Sorry.
Wait, Nduta.
Okay.
You need to carry on, right? That one to make our conversation more professional. Thank you so much, Daktari, for giving the history context, the contents of what was happening and the context of the demonstration that's going back home and going here. And we are seeing so many things. And thank you so much. I would like to ask this question. I know people, those who are asking Mike, we are so many. Just bear with us, and when you ask your question or you chime in, you'll allow us to drop you so that we can, because I have more than 100 people asking Mike. So be that. Daktari, I want you to respond on this as Michael's coming. Due to the consideration of the recurring incidents of violence and loss of life, what step do you believe that the public can take to prevent further killings? Number one, and what are the what do you think again? How can we ensure that the justice for these victims are realized by the families, and what are the roles that the public should play to make sure that we stop this demanding accountability? I know you have to speak about it, but
All
there's
right.
somebody.
I can answer that. First of all, people should appreciate the fact that I've been a victim of abuse and brutality. Abduction did not start today. I keep reminding people that my house was invaded, bombed, and I was abducted. And I was detained for 6 days, tortured, and then later on, 3 days at the airport and sedated. I regained my consciousness in Dubai. Up to today, I've not received my justice. Why do people believe that you are going to get justice from a system that is captured? Why would you believe that these people are going to obey court orders when they have not obeyed the other court orders, the old ones, like mine? I have court orders, the length of River Nile, none of which has been obeyed except one. The only one that was obeyed by Ruto in 2022 is to give me my passport and allow me to come back to the country. So we cannot be exuberant. Tom Mboya's family has not obtained justice, and Tom Mboya was assassinated in 1969. Pinto was assassinated in 1964, and the family of Pinto have not obtained justice. J.M. Kariuki was assassinated in 1975, and the family of J.M. Kariuki have not obtained justice. Kungu Karumba was killed in 1960s, and they have not obtained justice. Arwin Skodek was assassinated in 1969, and they have not obtained justice. Ochoka was hanged in 1982, and the families have not obtained justice. Odhiambo Mbai was murdered, under Kibaki, and they have not obtained justice. Msando was murdered with all of us watching, tortured and killed in Kiambu in 2017, and his family has not obtained justice. The list cannot end. The list is so long. Let us not be people with amnesia or Stockholm syndrome. What I'm saying, which probably many people did not understand, if you do not change this system, if you do not transform this system, if you do not remove the people and their system, they have been there replicating, cloning each other since independence, you will not have justice for the people who are dying. So unless we are suicidal and we want to continue dying, then we can stop fighting. So the only solution is to fight and finish the war. Get rid of Ruto and his entire regime and let Kenyans be free to get rid of this system and transform it once and for all. I left one historical context that is important. The state called Kenya was set up by the colonialists at the Berlin Conference of 1884 in Germany, not for purposes of serving Kenyans, not for purposes of delivering services, not for purposes of respecting our rights. After all, at that time, we were not human beings. The white people did not consider us as human beings. This state was set up to extract raw materials and to use us as cheap labor or slave labor. So for the interest of the West, which is exactly what Ruto is doing. Ruto spends most of his time abroad. He traveled literally every week abroad. The Finance Bill 2024 was drafted in Washington, not in Nairobi. David Ndii and the rest are just earning for no reason. There is no economic advice they're giving. So my answer to you, my friend Gondi, there will be no justice until the system has been transformed, overhauled, and completely changed.
Thank you, Dr. Jimaji and Wanjiru, go ahead.
Thanks, Hillary. Basically, if I understand Dr. Miguna well, he's basically saying drain the swamp, because I would then, if you look at how these things have been happening, even the abductions and the previous regimes have been doing it. So actually, if we expect any change, then of course we need to change the structure. But that having been said, the question I have, as you explained, the transitional council that you are suggesting, Dr. Miguna, how is it within our constitution, or how would that play out? One. Two, there have been a lot of rumors out there, and I would like this clarified, because it's the mind that people out there would manipulate when they're trying to discourage the youths from defending their rights. There are people who actually believe, I know they're misinformed, but we just need to put it on record here, that in the case when the president would, in the very unlikely event that he would resign, then there would be a power vacuum. That is not the case. So, please, as you answer my first question on the transitional council that you suggest, please give a brief on what happens, because I think they clearly know what happens if any president dies. The DP is there to take over until things are sorted. But please do us the honor of clarifying what the constitution provide in the event that a president would resign. Over to you.
Thank you very much. Okay, I can answer very quickly. Number one, how did we force Ruto not to sign Finance Bill 2024? We didn't go to Parliament. We didn't go to court. There was no court order. What section of the Constitution or what clause of the Constitution made him refuse? There is no clause. We stopped him by people being on the street. That's how you stop dictatorship throughout history. The French Revolution, that's how it happened. All right? All the revolutions of the world happen on the streets, in the villages and towns and cities. And that is completely constitutional. And that's why I referred you to clause 1 of the Constitution, which says sovereignty belongs or vests on the people. That is a clause in the Constitution. Essentially, the Constitution says you can take power. These people are acting as your trustees. You basically donated your power to them. It's a donated power. It can be withdrawn. It's like you appointing me as a lawyer and a retainer. You can come and say, you know what? I don't like your work. I terminate this contract. You're no longer my lawyer. Exactly what should happen in this case. The people should be able to go to Ruto and say, you know what? Time is up. We gave you an opportunity. You messed up for 2 years and time is over. We are going to replace you. So that's number one. You do it on the street. You cannot do it through any other organ of state, because organs of state protect themselves and they have been captured. They have been corrupted. They have been hijacked. They no longer serve your interests. They serve interests of organized mafia. So that's number one. Number two, how do you then replace them? The issue of a vacuum. That's a red herring. How are they replaced in Afghanistan just the other day? You can argue that, oh, there was a fighting force. No, fighting or not, there is a population. The population is comprised of many, many professionals and many, many people that are better than Ruto 1,000,000 times over. In Philippines, they did that in Philippines, and the vacuum was not filled by Pinochet's people. The vacuum was filled by the civil society, the activists, and the churches and whatnot. And then those constituted themselves into an authority that conducted elections and new people were elected. We can decide that we are not going to recognize any of these corrupted institutions. And the military will support us, because you cannot shoot 1,000,000 people plus. You can't. It has never happened in history. And they will then tell us, okay, we respect your position. We respect the fact that you have refused not to recognize the existing quote unquote authority. Who do you give us? We can then meet in our spaces and elect whoever we want, or appoint whoever we want for a temporary period. And if those people mess up, we go to the streets and we remove them until we conduct a free, transparent, credible election for Kenyans to go to the polls and elect whoever they want to occupy these positions. That's the way it is done all over the world throughout history.
Thank you so much, Dr. Miguna, for the clarification. Take Agu Wanjiru, and then we bring Pombe Kali, Abdul Rahman, Pombe Kali, and Elvis. Back to you, Wanjiru.
Thanks, Maj, and thanks, Dr. Miguna. Okay, so what I'm hearing, I think, is what makes every Kenyan, including myself, very uncomfortable. But it is an uncomfortable truth that we must interrogate. What I'm hearing is that it's gonna be chaotic, and because we are dealing with somebody who would rather burn his country and rule over over the ashes, this person is going to remove all the power of the state. And we know now that he controls the army, just like he showed us. He can unleash the army unconstitutionally and put the army on the streets, right? He's got all the organs of power, the police. We, of course, know that the courts are all captured. So going to the streets means we're going to disintegrate into chaos, and we have many games and many things that the Kenyan public and the international community wants to protect. And of course, we have seen that this person is thirsty for blood. So for me, that is an uncomfortable question that we want to interrogate. My second one is also the sustainability of the pressure. We don't have guns, and we don't want to go that route. The public does not have guns, and we are going to just get tired. We know, as you say, the fatigue is gonna come, and it's gonna be real. That's my other question. Then let's go back to the Constitution. If we say that we're going to look at the Constitution, we're looking at a succession plan of between Rigathi, who is also a big problem, and then we go to Wetangula, who is the speaker, if the Rigathi is not, with another big problem. Potentially, we go to the Speaker of Senate, also a big problem, and potentially the Chief Justice. I would ask you to help us unpack. If we go the constitutional way, even if we put civil pressure on him and we use the constitutional succession model, how does that look like? Because what I'm hearing is that if we go and exercise our Article 1 rights and say we the people, there's also going to be a certain level of where we are ignoring the processes that have been outlined in the Constitution. I think for me, those are the concerns that I have.
Thanks, Wanjiru. Let me start with the last one because it is the easiest. The Constitution. I don't think you listened to me carefully when I spoke. I was very, very clear. I said that the proposal I made will be exercised under Clause 1 of the Constitution, not the other provisions. All these things that you're talking about are not under Clause 1. We would have withdrawn our donated authority to the Speaker, to the judiciary, to Rigathi, to Ruto. After all, when we say Ruto must resign, and I was very clear, I said Ruto must resign with this entire regime, meaning that Rigathi, the cabinet, everybody goes home with Ruto. The elections that were to be organized by the National Transitional Authority will be presidential and general elections, meaning that in one fell swoop, we are recalling everyone. We are recalling the MCAs, we are recalling the MPs, we are recalling the senators, we are recalling the governors, we are recalling Ruto at the national level with everyone around him. That's a clean a transformative measure, and it is all constitutional. And you don't have to think about regard and individuals that we've already rendered civilians. So that's number one. That's a very, very easy thing. And it's not the first time it would be done. It's been done throughout history, as I have said, starting with the French Revolution. That is what has been done consistently throughout. It was done in Ukraine. It was done in Philippines. It was done in France. It was done everywhere that this thing has happened. Okay? So let's go to the issue of chaos, which is a red herring for them. What is more chaotic than the police right now in the Republic of Kenya? What is more chaotic than the abduction squads? What is more chaotic than Ruto? So chaos are not by the people. If the people, did you see how the protesters were so orderly that when they went to parliament, they took the maze, they found even Kenya Kwanza members of parliament, the disabled member of parliament who was on a wheelchair, who had voted yes. They didn't harass him, they didn't abuse him, they didn't assault him. They gave him a dignified push across the street into safety. It is the police that are disorganized. It is the police that are chaotic. It is the government that has become to be synonymous with goons. When you talk of destruction, the people who burned everything in the city were the police throwing tear gas everywhere, exploding and burning things. It is Sakaja and other people who hired goons so that they could later on have a story at State House to say, look, it was infiltrated by thugs. The demonstrators, more or less, throughout, have been peaceful. But let's not be deceived. There is no perfect anything. If you are going to have a revolutionary transformation, a popular revolution on the street, mistakes will happen, which is human. There will be no perfect execution of anything. But we cannot say we turn back because we fear that mistakes will happen. Unless you are perfect, you can't say that. For those who are religious, when Jesus went to the Sadducees and the Pharisees in the churches and threw them out, there was no order. It was total chaos. But everybody praised it because he cleansed the space, the spiritual space of the church. We must cleanse our space, and we must do it popularly through the people in a peaceful way. If chaos are going to erupt, Ruto should be blamed and he should be heading back to the ICC. Let us not be flinching and being cowardly about it. If you fear change, don't get involved in it. If you fear transformation, don't be involved in it. If you fear a popular revolution which is peaceful through the people, don't say you're a revolutionary. The last point, fatigue. Well, so far, people are not fatigued. And by the way, some of us have been fighting this thing since I was a youth. I'm not fatigued. So why should people who have demonstrated for 2 weeks say they're fatigued? I'm not fatigued. I've been tortured probably more than the majority of Kenyans right now. I'm not fatigued. Moi tortured me. Uhuru tortured me. And now they are threatening me, asking me, oh, where are you? Where are you? Because they want to arrest me. They want to abduct me. They want to kill me, right? So they want to know, they want me to be declaring where I am so that they can come for me. And I'm not that stupid. So I'm saying, let's not construct roadblocks in our path to liberation. These questions are questions that have been answered. South Africans fought for more than 100 years for liberation. Mandela stayed in jail for 27 years and many others more years. Did they talk about fatigue? Please, let us focus. Let us focus on solidarity, on giving each other inspiration, empowering ourselves, and knowing that risk is part of everything. Even when you are investing, You take your money to the stock exchange. The company can go up in smokes. You can lose all your money, but you still invest. Everything is a risk. Even driving on the road is a risk. You can die. Taking a flight is a risk. The plane can blow up. Nothing happens if we don't take action.
Thank
Thank you, Dr. Miguna, for that. It just requires a bit of a mental shift, but of course, I'm here to ask the uncomfortable questions. Thank you very much for your response.
Thanks, Wanjiru. We now go to Abdul Rahman, Pombekali, Elvis, and then Duta in that order.
Good evening, Patriots. I send a quick recovery to those hospitalized and recuperating at home, and a message of solidarity for those that are abducted and their families have anxiety over where they are. And I send sincere condolences, and I pray that their souls rest in peace for those that have been killed by this evil regime. My question revolves around land as a factor of production, industrially and agriculturally. Such a shame that years later, close to 60 years later after independence, we cannot even feed our own population. So I wanted to ask General, when we finally take over, the dust has settled, how we can organize land as a factor of production, both agriculturally and industrially, so that we give incentives to the massive brain drain of intellectuals that are far away from our motherland, and then they can come back to our country to help in the nation rebuilding of our country. There are so many corporations probably that own land. There are so many private individuals that own land. Do we go to appropriation of land without compensation, or do we compensate for every person through buying willing buyers that have gotten land through buying a willing buyer, willing seller basis? And how do is it become owned by the state, so that once the land has been owned by the state, then it can be designated for residents, and the remaining parcel can be set aside for industrial and agricultural production? And what incentives do we give to intellectuals that have been brain drained away from our motherland? There's a study that says, I saw for Nigerians, that in Washington, D.C., the medical doctors that are in Washington of Nigerian descent are way more above than the total number of medical doctors that are in the whole of Nigeria as a state, as a federal state. So what incentives do we give to our intellectuals to come back home to help in the rebuilding, the likes of Marge that are in Germany, Hillary in the US, Elvis in London, and all that? Thank you so much, General. I haven't had a chance to speak to you ever since you came back, but I sent you a message of solidarity in WhatsApp when you were going through tribulations. Welcome and viva.
So thank you very much. So I want to be very, very clear. No question is uncomfortable, because I think these are legitimate questions. All questions are legitimate. There is no question which is illegitimate. But I want to be crystal clear. We are not prescribing solutions for everything on this space. We are simply giving the way forward for what has to happen now. Now, the details will have to be worked out by the transitional authority and the citizens of Kenya. That's the way it should be. It has to be carefully thought through, and the solutions have to come. But one thing I will say must happen. This one, I will bet my everything on. We must create a merit-based society. That's one. We cannot have a society where Sudi, who never finished even primary school, a criminal, Kibet Farouk, and many other goons are billionaires, when people who went to school and got their PhDs, people who have graduated with their degrees, legitimate ones, and millions of them, people who are creative, people who are innovative, people who are resourceful, entrepreneurs, hardworking workers cannot make a living. That is an unjust society. That is an unequitable society. That's a society that is rotten. That is a failed state, which is what we have now. So we have to create a merit-based society. And by merit, it has to be from top to bottom. The issue of land, as I said, I have proposed an independent investigative authority to investigate all questionable land allocations and acquisitions, corruption scandals, and allegations of all institutions and individuals that have been involved in state capture and corruption, and those who have been involved or implicated in political assassinations from 1963 to the present, which means that the majority of the land, the size of provinces that are held in a few hands of the Mois, of the Kenyatas, of the Rutos, of all these oligarchs that don't even use the land that they have stolen for productive purposes, will now vest on the people. State equals the people. Government equals people. So when we say the people, that's what we mean. When we say government, that's what we should mean. When we say state, that's what we should mean. So which means that land as a factor of production will be a reality, because people will not keep land for speculative purposes. People will not hoard land. People will not grab land. People will not steal land. Titles will be vested on those who have acquired them legitimately, legally. And so it will be a foregone conclusion. Employment is very, very important. You can't have 65% of people unemployed and you are taxing everybody to death, including the unemployed, which is what Ruto is doing. So I don't want to be prescriptive in terms of being micro on everything, but I think we should be at the global level, at the big picture level of the transformative, what Nkrumah called the superstructure. How do we reorganize? How do we transform our political structure so that everything else flowing from it, be it economics, be it social services, be it transportation, be it infrastructure, be it education, be it healthcare, be it whatever, all these things will be done. The doctors who have just trained, the medical doctors who graduated and they have refused to pay, first of all, to complete their internship and to pay as agreed to many years ago through their union, 200 and something thousand. They are paying them 70. They have offered 70,000, and their unions have been bought. These things will have to be addressed. The teachers who graduated from teaching school, teaching training institutions, including universities, and can't be employed. All these things will have to be addressed, because when you have merit, you will only hire people who are qualified, who are going to add value. Not the same way that people like Moses Kuria wake up one day and hire criminals, he himself being a criminal. And he hired the other criminal who was just acquitted because of intervention from State House as a communications director in a ministry, without the job being advertised, without people going through interviews. It's a unilateral decision. It's a one-man rulership, which is not constitutional and not democratic.
Thank you so much, Daktari. Kindly let's have, because we have a lot of people still asking for the requesting for the mic, let's have Pombekali, Nduta, Elvis, and then Risasi in that order. All of them should ask their questions, each taking 2 minutes, and then Dr. Miguna will come back to answer those questions. So, Pombekali, over to you.
Thank you, the co-host. Thank you, the host, and thank you, Dr. Miguna, for coming for the conversation. And I would like to send my condolences to the departed heroes, and also congratulate our brave patriots who are in the streets and still yearn to be in the street to the fight for this nation. First question, I've got two quick questions. One, in the initial stages, the first state address, the president was enraged and called the youths criminals. Then later on, another address in the state house with a bunch of 96 thieves and conmen called themselves reverends, bishops, and pastors. During that, also the president had a statement, and the statement was categorical and said that they will look for those who invaded the parliament, and they will bring them to book. They will have to arrest them, and they will have to give them what they deserve, and the law and the law will take its course in that. What should the Gen Zs understand their position with this statement from the president? Because I believe those who are in the parliament were the demonstrators, were the youth, and were the Gen Zs. What should they understand as per that statement coming from the president? And my final question is, now that the president purportedly declared that he did not really rejected the bill, but the bill to be withdrawn. What is the position of this bill now that it was never taken back to the parliament or something like that, and all the MPs are on recess for the next over 21 days? What is the position of this bill between now and 21 days? Thank you.
Thanks.
I think, yeah, sorry.
Dr. Miguna, would you kindly, because otherwise, would you kindly, because I'm proposing that we have like 4 sets of speakers ask the questions. When you note those questions, and then you come in to answer them, because we have a lot of people still waiting for the mic. Is that fine with
but
you?
I just wanted to say, people who came late should not make us go back, because I've answered some of these questions.
Yes.
So I don't think it is fair that we have been speaking and have answered all these questions, then they are asked again. Okay?
That is noted. So
Yeah.
that I will recall those questions. Pompekali, I can get that, because I can get you that answer. It has been circulating also, because he has no power to actually do what he did. So the bill is still not yet rejected. So, but guys, let's continue. Thanks for keeping the time, Pompekali. But let's not recycle the questions. Elvis Nduta, and then Risasi. Amanda, I see you.
Thank you, Dr. Miguna, for joining this space today, and thank you for your invaluable assertions in different opinions. So most questions have been asked, and I think I will be repeating, and maybe I'll just go straight to the point and be a little bit different from the question. So, way forward for Kenya, based on what has happened for the last 2 weeks. First of all, condolences to those who lost their lives. It's unfortunate. It's barbaric that we have a government that doesn't care about human lives anymore. I saw a picture, I think a 5-year-old kid who was pumped with 10 bullets, and I just wondered how was that child a danger to the police. It's quite a shame. Number two, we have members of parliament who've never been to the parliament for the last, I don't know. There's one who has not attended over 90 sessions. Now, constitutionally, Dr. Miguna, how do we record such a member of parliament now that we don't have an IBC, like a functional IBC body? That's the first question. Number two, I'll talk about civic education. I think as a country, we need a lot of civic education, especially in the rural areas. It's the weakest link, aided by the church. And I've just been checking up the stats of what this government promised in their manifesto. And out of the 280 promises they promised to Kenyans, I think they've just done about 2% of what they promised. 98% still remains untackled, and all they do is going around lying to the people, dishing out illegal money. It's just a shame. Over to you, Dr. Miguna, if you can answer my question.
So we go to, thanks Elvis, we go to Nduta, and then Risasi. And I'd like to just clarify, and Dr. Miguna might then correct me, as according to what he explained, he is suggesting a transitional council, and this is actually within the constitution. So we will be like, taking the country into a reset. So all the other questions that we are asking were how to reconstitute the IBC, and so we will have been really in the reset stage. So that is really also not applying. I'm just really summarizing so that we don't ask questions that he already explained. Dr. Miguna, kindly confirm.
I will go over some of these things again for people who
Okay.
can look, because
Okay.
clearly people are asking questions I've already answered, clearly.
Yes. So now, with that having been said, guys, let's share the space. And so have people, more people come. We already have a good number, but it sometimes gets a little frustrating if we're repeating those questions. But reset button, that is what I understand of the suggestion from Dr. Miguna. Nduta, you've dropped. Okay. So now Nduta has dropped. So let's go to Risasi.
Thanks, Mad. Thanks, Hilary. I think I'm going to use my 2 minutes wisely. The first few minutes, I'm just going to reiterate what Dr. Arya said. One thing that Dr. Miguna said is Ruto is at his weakest link, and therefore, this is the time to make it go. I think that's very, very important. Number two, Dr. Miguna said that we should not have a catalog of lists. I think that is very, very true again. Whatever we are seeing online, that is just some manufactured propaganda by NIS. So let's be careful on that. One thing again that Dr. Miguna said is, if we don't remove this system right now, then we will never get justice. I think that is very, very crucial. You see what he has been doing already. The Ruto that we saw giving the speech late at night, that is the real Ruto. So we should finish what we started. Another thing that Dr. Miguna said, and I think I've been saying this on our spaces, that let nobody cheat you that protests will never bear fruits. We didn't stop finance bill by going to court. Dr. Miguna said that, and I think we all agree. By just going on the street, it made a lot of change. And therefore, if anything happens along the way, people are going to die, properties are going to be lost. Let's not blame ourselves for that. It's going to be the government who has been responsible. There's no point that the government is killing us and then we're blaming ourselves by not going to protest, saying that if we go to protest, we will be killed. And then one powerful message that he has said here is that we are not here to give solutions, but to outline what needs to be done. That is very, very powerful. Now, the solution, or one thing that he has clearly said, is that we need a merit-based society. And this is one of the problems that we are having as our new generation. We are having a government that is not merit-based. At this time, we should not be having the likes of Sudi, whose only qualification is a baptism card to be one of the close people to power. We should not be having the likes of Farouk, who are intellectually challenged, backing orders at civil servants. We should not be having a government that is hell-bent on propagating propaganda using their bloggers, who I think most of their bloggers are just people who need brain transplant. So we should not listen to that. So the last thing is, the government knows what it needs to do. We don't even need to go to dialogue with the government. As a matter of fact, what Miguna said is the government should pack and go. That is the message that should go on. If he's talking about giving us jobs, we don't care about his jobs. Ruto himself is surrounded by people who are jobless. Farouk Kibet doesn't have a job. His daughter doesn't have a job. The likes of bloggers surrounding him. Omanga, who is his closest issue, doesn't have a job. Why is he looking for a job for us? Those jobs that he's getting in Saudi Arabia, he should give those to those ones. Now, my only request to Dr. Miguna is, we have seen the government handling or torturing and detaining people at wee hours of the night. Dr. Miguna has been through that. Maybe he can share with us the mentality of these people whenever they kidnap and what they expect you to do, so that, and if they kidnap any of us, we know how they think, what that is meant to do, and that I think will be very, very important in understanding their mentality. So if Dr. Miguna can share with us, so that in case they abduct anyone next time, we at least have an idea of why they're doing that and how they likely behave and how he came out of it and still able to speak against this. Because you have seen most of them being deducted, they go quiet. So that will be very, very important. Thanks, Hilary. Thanks, Mad.
Thank you, Risasi. Nduta, Amanda, Hannah, and then Dr. Miguna comes in. And Hilary and Wanjiru, when you want to speak anytime, just chime in. Please, 2 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 minutes, Marge. Thank you so much for reminding people. 2 minutes, guys. And also, we are saying that so many people are requesting the mic. So when you're done, you'll allow us to drop you so to bring more people on the speaker. Thank you, Marge. Back to you.
Thanks,
Thank you,
Hilary.
Hilary. Thanks, Marge. I dropped out. I'm sorry. I don't even know whether the two questions were clarified, but I'll go straight to the third question. It was on accountability. I was to suggest to Miguna that we can only leverage on and harness on what we have, that is technology, which is like the space we have here. And being 2024, we cannot go back to the older systems that have continued to fail. That is the paper and ballot. I've been in a space where somebody has been suggesting blockchain technology. Does the Constitution allow us to use something like that, like a blockchain technology, in terms of conducting a new elections? Can we use blockchain technology if we are to choose a new commission and reconstitute a new IEBC? Can we leverage on technology in terms of doing the new elections? Because the last election, there was, in terms of statistics, there was about 8 million that did not register. 18 million did not register. 8 million registered but did not vote. So for us to capture everyone, can we use block technology to harness and for them to believe that they cannot believe? Thank you.
Thanks, Nduta. Amanda and Hannah Ali, in that order.
Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. So I'll just try and be quick as possible. So it's clear that the organs of the state protect themselves. And here we're dealing with a corrupt government that's been captured. So we can't negotiate with them and expect them to meet our demands, starting with the establishment of an IBC. I would also theorize that those who have benefited from previous regimes would also not wish us to succeed because we plan to right historical injustices, grand corruption, land grabbing, etc. So given that we don't have the resources of the sitting government, NIS, CIA, KDF, etc., how do we go about getting rid of him? It's clear that time is of the essence because the longer we delay, the more we give room for his divide and conquer tactics, infiltration of his agents into our movement, and loss of our momentum and energy. And last Thursday, I believe we were very close to our goal. But at the last minute, the movement was drawn into turmoil, and there was aggressive waves of messages insisting people would be killed if they attempted to protest at State House. So again, the question is, what do we do now? Like, how do we get rid of him as soon as possible? What's the best strategy that we could use? Because clearly he is succeeding as far as scuttling the movement. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Amanda. We go to Anahali, and then Dr. Miguna can take a go and just also give a small summary of the suggestion he already made. Hannah?
Thank you much, my sister Hilary and Wanjiru. And hello to the one and only Dr. Miguna. Habari gani? Ujambo? Na Wakenya wote nawasalimia. And thank you for being a voice of the voiceless, Dr. Miguna. That is, and I hope we were your voice when they tried to shut you down. Now, that said and done, there's a lot of misinformations going on and misleading informations and all sorts of mayhems going on, especially on the social media. But there is one thing that I would like to, might not be the way forward, but it's also the way forward. If we get to, how do I put this? Okay, I'll put it in the simplest way I can. A lot of people are in this position that they think if we ask Ruto to step down, everything is going to fall apart, and nobody wants that, obviously. And at the same time, how in the best way, how you can make people understand that things are already falling down. We cannot get worse than where we are. And what does it mean for Kenya to be the non-NATO ally member of the U.S.? And how does that hinder Kenyans? How does those things from the West, and how do they cripple us as Kenyans and as Africans? Thank you very much.
Thanks, Hannah. Over to you, Dr.
Yeah, thank you very much. I will be brief. I will try to be brief. because I am sure if people listen to me carefully and if you are here, I have basically answered all the questions that have been asked, but I will go back to them. I will start with the question that was asked: how do we get rid of him? Because I think that's even where I ended my initial presentation. And this is something I have been saying. And if Kenyans listened to me in 2017, 2018, we would not be here. This is partly because of the betrayal that was there in 2018. I said, and I still say today, if you have 1 million people on the street or more, let's say 10 million, Ruto will go before you can open your eyes. He will be in Washington, D.C. He will get a private jet or whatever. He will run so fast that you would not even know how he left. So really, it is so simple. I don't know why people don't get it. You get 1 million plus people on the street and Ruto is history. Just the same way they ran away so fast from parliament and we didn't even have 10,000 in parliament buildings. Not even 10,000. And they were gone. These people are so weak. People don't just realize how weak they were. There was a man called Ceausescu, okay, in Eastern Europe. He was a president. He used to be so brutal. And he was thumbing his nose on people until people showed up on the street and literally tore him into pieces with their bare hands, with his wife. It is so simple, my friend. He will not be able. Look, Mugabe was in power for more than 30 years, maybe 40 years, close to 50, and went overnight because 1 million people showed up on Harare streets. Kompore, who killed Sankara, the great revolutionary leader, was gone in Burkina Faso within 2 minutes with less than 1 million people on the street. In Philippines, Marcos was 100 times more powerful than Ruto and closest to the US 1 million times more than Ruto, and was gone within a day. So no, the formula is there for people, for students of revolution and students of history. And I'm talking about popular, peaceful revolution. These people did not get arms. In Philippines, they didn't have arms. In Zimbabwe, they didn't have arms. In Burkina Faso, they didn't have arms. They simply did it on the street. The military will join you once they realize that this is too powerful. As you have seen, the people even prefer the military right now because they are not extorting them. And when they do, they take 500 instead of 1,000, which the police are taking. Essentially, the police who are brutal, who have killed people, who have run away, who cannot stand even 100,000 people in the CBD, will not be there when 1 million people show up. And the military will join the people. And the military cannot turn against the people when the people are so much that you cannot do anything. They will join the people and they will help in the transition. I had said all of them go home, the entire regime, so that we can transform the state. A state that was set up by the colonialists in Berlin in 1884. It was not set up for Africans. So that is how you get rid of Ruto. You don't even have to reach State House. But when you do, if you do, it would be gone. So you will just be swimming in the swimming pool like they were doing in Sri Lanka just a year or so ago. So that's how it happens all over the world. That's number one. Number two, if Ruto were to resign, things will fall apart. This is the red herring. This is the scarecrow that they are throwing. Aren't there chaos in Kenya as we are speaking? There are a lot of people that will tell you that when you go to Osoro's house and you find 54 employment letters from the TSC, for example, that did not go through the TSC, that Osoro simply writes himself in his house. People that Sudi just hires from his house, for example. Isn't that the definition of chaos? Isn't shooting a teenager in, they shot a teenager in, where was that place? There's a place outside Nairobi. They shot a 14-year-old. Rongai. They killed a 14-year-old. Is that not the definition of chaos? Is the definition of chaos not when you have a former major in the military who already retired having a AK-47 in a suit shooting at people, or that police officer in plain clothes who just turned and shot into the crowd without any provocation, people who are not even shouting at him? Isn't chaos what we saw today when they abducted Keter on the street, or when they killed our heroes whom we have already buried and those who are in the hospital? That's what chaos is. So chaos has been happening since independence. Kenyatta's regime was full of chaos. Moi's regime was chaos. Kibaki was chaos, and Uhuru was chaos, and Moi, and this is chaos. And the succeeding one, if you don't remove it, will be chaotic. Chaos is the definition of a neo-colonial state which claims that its legitimacy is not given by the people, but by Washington, D.C., who listens to IMF and World Bank more than they listen to the citizens, who care more about money that they are stealing than services they are providing. If you look at Ruto's manifesto, the bottom up, all that rubbish, none of it has been implemented. So no, things will not fall apart, because even in this space, we don't know each other, we have never met, and we are not chaotic. How come we can organize a space, and there have been many, and they are not chaotic, and somebody is telling you that if he was not in power, which is abusing and looting and killing you, that you are not capable of organizing yourself? How can we have so much low self-esteem that we think we are not capable? And yet the people who are saying they are capable have half of your qualifications, half of your experiences, half of your intelligence, half of your ability, and they are not even interested to work. So no, things will not fall apart. Now, I go to the issue of accountability. And I was asked about the blockchain technology as a mechanism of holding elections. There is nothing unconstitutional about using technology. As a matter of fact, the Constitution says we should use technology. The more secure it is, the better. So blockchain technology right now is the most secure technology. So if it can preserve our sovereignty, if it can protect our democratic exercise, the exercise of our choice, if it can stop them from stealing elections and fiddling, then it is the best. Then we should be able to use it. So no, there is nothing unconstitutional about using blockchain technology. And blockchain technology does not mean that you don't cast your ballot, because not everybody has access to a phone. Not everybody has access to a computer. And in Kenya, if you allowed people to vote through this electronic means without them appearing somewhere, Itumbi and his group and the crooks will sit in a room and they will vote 10 million times. We can't allow that either. So we have to think about these things and be able to implement them. But these are the things I call the details, which will be worked out. A very important question: what do we do if we are abducted? because I've been abducted more than once. Moi abducted me on November 14th, 1987, and detained me at Nyayo House, and I came out alive, and I'm still here. And I never joined KANU. I'm one of the people who never joined KANU, never asked to work for the government, even though it is everybody's right. All you need to do, number one, if you are involved in a struggle, do not fear death. If you fear death, do not be involved in a struggle. That's number one. Meaning that fear is the fertilizer for tyranny, for autocracy, for misrule, for abuse of power, for impunity. Fear is what Ruto is thriving on. Fear is what he hopes will infiltrate the movement and render it impotent so that he can survive. We cannot allow that. So that's number one. Number two, when they come and they abduct you, be defiant throughout. Don't cower, don't cooperate, don't answer any questions, because they simply need an entry point. And if they get that entry point, you're finished. If they ask you for your phone, give them. Let them do whatever they want with it. You can always buy a new one. But there is nothing they can get on those phones anyway. If they want to charge you, let them charge you. Go to court. You see, this is why they couldn't take me to court. They knew I didn't fear them. They knew they had not extracted anything from me. And they knew they could not prove anything they had alleged. So what do? You take the person, put him in a plane, and claim that he is not a Kenyan. I was born in Kenya, went to school throughout my life in Kenya, and was forced into exile, just like I was forced into exile when they took me out. But no, they wanted to rewrite my own history. History everybody knew. I was with Ruto at the university. Rigiji was ahead of me, Ruto was 1 year behind me. They know me very well. They could not claim that I was not a Kenyan, but they did. All right? So you must be defiant. You must be fearless. You must not cooperate, because anything you tell them will be used against you. You cannot help them. If they want to kill you, you cannot stop it anyway. So tell them, go ahead and kill me, which is what I told them. Go ahead. If that was why you took me, go ahead and kill me. And they are so cowardly, they couldn't even do it. And what I'm saying is that I basically showed them that I didn't fear them, that I was not afraid of death. And when they were forcing me into the plane, I fought my way. And the first day, they couldn't even put me into the plane. I mean, what I'm saying is that they had to sedate me physically to be able to take me out of Kenya. That is the kind of defiance that will defeat them. Because up to now, they have nothing on me, and they cannot do anything against me, and they cannot capture my brain, right? So fear is the thing. And the reason why they are abducting people is not even to torture them. They did that to Ndii in 2017, not to torture him, to recruit him. And they did, so that he could infiltrate NRM, which he did, and then use him to get information, which they did. And that's why he works at State House today. And they have done that to some of the people they have abducted, even in this revolution, even from the Gen Zs. So I'm telling you, be alert, be vigilant. Not everybody who has been abducted will come out on our side. Not everybody who pretends to be on your side is on your side. Some of them are extracting information and relaying it directly. Some of them are being paid. Some of them will be brought in to become agent provocateurs, so that they make you make mistakes. Mistakes the state can use against us. Reckless things, for example. Indiscipline, for example. Lack of focus, for example. Opportunism, for example. All these things are some of the reasons why people are being abducted, and to recruit them as agents. So the people they have not broken, the people they have not infiltrated, the people they have not bribed, the people they have not recruited, they will never be able to hire, they will never be able to use. they will never be able to do anything against either. And those are the people that will lead us to liberation. Next, a vote of no confidence. The vote of no confidence happened on the street already, and Ruto knows that. Kenyans don't want him. Kenyans have already said they don't like him. Mudavadi recognized that when he said that a rejection of Finance Bill 2024 means a vote of no confidence. So there is already a vote of no confidence. It does not have to happen in parliament. It has happened on the streets. How do we recall MPs? This is redundant because the moment you dissolve the government, there are no MPs. The moment you dissolve the government, there are no senators, there are no governors, there are no MCAs, there are no ministers, and there is no executive. We are back to square one. We hold fresh elections through the authority that I told you I am suggesting. The National Transitional Authority, NTA, composed of voluntary professionals from 54 nationalities or ethnic groups, from both gender, from all generations. You have to have what the Afghani calls almost like Alura Jiga or Jigra. It's a big tent. It's a big tent of everybody, of people who are progressive, who are radical, who want complete change, not compromised people. And then organize a new election. The IEBC will be reset within 2 weeks. And then I have referred you to a paper that Dr. Kombe wrote when she fled from Kenya in 2017 about what has to be done in terms of the IBC. You cannot let the IBC be reset or reconstituted using the same state, the same regime, the same president. He will simply put people that he can control. And then we would have lost it completely. When you go to that thing, that paper that I've already posted on my Twitter handle, pages, I believe it is 7, no, let me see. I have put the page numbers there that you're supposed to look at. And I believe it is 7 to 12, page 7 to 12 of that paper. The next one, Ruto's threats. I agree. The Ruto that was speaking, that called everybody criminals, is the real Ruto, is the one that is abducting. And it is a Ruto that has not learned his lessons. A very weak one, but a very lethal one. And unless you remove him today, we can as well all say that we have lost everything and there was no need for the protest. So which means we have to hold the mother of all protests that he has ever seen. And then it will be history. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari. I have put the post you're talking about on the Jumbotron for everyone to see. Just check up there. So Hillary, yeah, Wanjira, I see your mic is on. Over to you, and then we proceed.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you so much, Maj. Who's coming next?
Next was The Way Forward, Be Real, and Esperance, and then Nelson.
All right, those three, then Dr. will respond on the same. But don't ask, if you have a way forward, it's also important to chime in. And also remember that the questions that already Dr. has answered, we can go back to them later when we are going through the session. I want to say that 2 minutes, the way forward. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you so much, Miguna, Dr. Miguna. It's really inspiring and really good feedback that you're giving to Kenyans. And I would like to start by giving my condolences to the families who lost their life, and also encouraging you guys that who are up for this struggle to keep on fighting. It's for our worst cause, and it has already shown some results, and we should keep on pushing. It should reach. It would help us to reach to where we want. I had a quick question in terms of, because like in the proposed way forward by Miguna, it's by Mr. Miguna, it's on that part where we are having a transition committee, which would somehow seem to be more like a gray area in terms of constitution and constituting the team, and also like the mandate and how things would happen between now and the time that the elections are done. And that said, I would just have a quick proposal. I would like to Mr. Miguna to come in and give his opinion on. I would be like, what if we decide to, because I see that the part that's posing up, giving a problem is mainly on the IEBC to start with as a first step.
Wait, what? You have a lot of noise on your background. So can you?
Yeah.
A question,
okay. Yeah. Sorry. I'll just close my window. So the first question, the first question that I was having in terms of the IEBC as of the way forward is what about just reinstating the previous IEBC members who were there just not long ago, like it's just 2 years, so we can work with working with them, and then also requesting dismissal of the current MPs, which the president has the powers to do in collaboration with the Chief Justice. And then we do an election for the members of parliament, and then which will enable us to have people who are there with a very clear mandate of what we want. And then once we have that team in place, that would render the president with very less power, if not to say useless, in terms of coming up, validating the CSAs, the process, the structure that would come up after. And also they would be able to help us put up a structure in place that would enable us to conduct an election, a presidential election, and even a general election afterwards. But I think like the part that we shouldn't miss on is the really importance of the MPs, and the current ones, we have really lost confidence in them. And I think for us to start, it will be a good starting point, even identifying, putting people who are there, who are having a very clear agenda of what we want in parliament as the first step to put in a structure, and to avoid all those, to make sure that all those crooks who are now in power, they are gone, and including actually the president. If you have the legislature, they would easily throw him out within a very short time. So, and asking for a dissolution of parliament is something we can ask in 2-3 weeks to come, to have it done, and then elections to be done in maybe 2-3 months, and then we have new members of parliament who with a very clear mandate of what we want, and then maybe a general election conducted next year. That would be my proposal as a way forward. Thanks.
Hillary, I would like to deal with this before we go forward, because again, I think people are not listening. So in as much as the gentleman is eloquent and everything, he did not listen. So number one, please don't refer to Ruto as president, because we want to deny Ruto legitimacy. And I can see they're listening from State House, because Bitok is here. I can see him. So he works for Ruto, which is good, because they should be hearing us. Ruto is not the president right now. He has lost his legitimacy and lost the authority that Kenyans gave him to govern. So he's not our president. So don't validate him by consistently calling him president. Call him Ruto. That is his name. Number two, I will go over what I had proposed so that you listen carefully. I said, number one, the irreducible minimum is the resignation of William Samoei Ruto and his entire government. The national and county governments, none of the current leaders, be it the president, deputy president, governors, senators, members of parliament, MCAs, to contest elections until the expiry of 10 years or as adjudged. Two, the establishment of a national transitional authority whose members shall be 54 professional volunteers comprising youth, women, men, and men of integrity from all nationalities and religions and backgrounds. Number three, the establishment of an independent investigative authority to investigate all questionable land allocations, corruption scandals, allegations of all institutions and individuals regarding abuse of power and corruption, everyone implicated in political assassinations from 1963 to present, including land grabbers. Number 4, the National Transitional Authority to reconstitute the IEBC within 3 weeks of its establishment. That will be done through the National Transitional Authority, not through the current parliament, not through ruto. All right? If you bring back the people that had already left, those people were also appointed irregularly, illegally. Remember, Uhuru and Raila imposed those people. One of them was Joho's mistress. And there are many mistresses of other people and many boyfriends of other people there. These people are all dirty. They were not appointed because they were the best Kenyans to hold these positions. They were put there to protect vested interests. We are not going to have any of these people that have been occupying public space, have abused power, have looted, have been involved in scandals, have been involved in electoral theft. So that's a thing of the past. You are having a complete new slate. And then you have fresh elections within 3 months. It's been done everywhere. This happened in Philippines. It happened everywhere where you've had a popular, peaceful revolution of the people on the street. Kenya is not an exception. So please, let us not think within, get your minds out of the colonial system. This alien neo-colonial state that was set up by the British to serve their interests. And their clones have been imposed on us since independence up to now. Ruto is just a colonial clone. He works for Washington. He does not work for Kenyans. That's why he spends 200 million just to go and meet Biden and eat at State House. I mean, it served no purpose. There will be no benefit that we are getting, but we have lost actually billions because he carried more than 50 people with him. So let's think outside the box. Let's not think within the existing structures that were put there to keep you as a slave in your own country.
Thank you, Dr. Harry, and thanks for stating that very clearly. So, guys, I had over 20 questions that I wanted to ask Dr. Miguna. Stella, I see you. But when he explained the method he is suggesting, all my questions were really null and void, because then he clearly states that we are going to begin on a clean slate. So let's really focus on using the time wisely. I do not want to crack the whip on anyone here, but please, and even if you requested for the mic and you don't have any question anymore, please just let others who have questions that are still relevant to the topic proceed, because otherwise it's going to be a waste of time on a Sunday like this. So guys, let's do it in 2 minutes time. Relevant questions. And actually, I was surprised by the previous speaker, because IBC suggesting that we use IBC, the same officials. It is like we've not learned our lessons anymore. So please, the focus of the space is way forward for Kenya, and we're having a way forward because the system as it is now, and you saw the things that were happening in Kenya, did not function. So please, let's be mindful of that and just focus on the objective of the space. Okay, next, I think Biril has dropped. Esperance, and then Nelson.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, General MM. As we continue to mobilize, organize, and strategize, the young people of Kenya clearly say, "Give me liberty or give me death." We are trying as much as possible to occupy everywhere. My question are these. I have 3 questions. The third is very basic. The first is, clearly the demonstrators have been very peaceful, and we also try to envision a near peaceful revolution like the People's Power movement of Philippines that you've continued to mention. How then is it possible that we prevent the movement from being infiltrated by these characters who we are told some are bought and planted among us to cause chaos, so that we achieve a near peaceful civil disobedience? Because if we are near peaceful and consistent, we are likely to achieve the results in a very short time. So even the second question, as we continue to inject and reject, would you advise at this point that we focus only on occupation, or should we use a multifaceted approach? Multifaceted approach here, I mean, crimes have been committed against humanity. People have been maimed. Other people have lost their lives. Should the whole team focus on picketing, or could we have another wing? Like, well, others are on the street. Could we have a professional wing who are seeking justice, both in local courts and those who are highlighting our plights to the international world, so that in case we are winning, we win on both fronts? Or should we just focus on civil disobedience? The last one, like I said, it's going to be intangible. At this point, we all are Kenyans. All Kenyans have one common enemy, and the enemy is the corrupt system. So we are several people are asking that you unblock them, because so that we all join in the same plight. Thank you very much.
Great, Esperance, you kept your time very well. Beryl, I see. Oh yeah, yeah. Okay, you're co-hosting because
It
of the
dropped off. It
yeah.
dropped off. Yeah, she has maybe network issues. All right.
Okay, go on, Hilary. Or should I
So,
proceed to cue the
yeah,
next?
proceed to the next speaker.
Okay, Nelson,
I think
that's you.
it's me.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah. Thank you, Hilary. Thank you, Marge. Thank you, General Miguna. I just want to echo what the previous speaker has said. Personally, you've blocked me, so please, we're just asking for you to unblock us. We are in this together, in this revolution. So I just want to give a few remarks and also, start this conversation on the way forward. So we are trying to, advocate for change, changed Kenya, and get new leaders who will have the interests of the country at heart. But what, for me, I'm thinking is the institutions we have are very weak, and even popular governments, when they come into power, like for example this Ruto regime, when they were campaigning, they had um, they had a vision of changing Kenya. The way they campaigned was, it resonated with what people want Kenya to become. But when they got into power, they continued with the same old tricks that we saw in the Uhuru regime, in previous regimes. Now he's abducting people just the same way, he was, they were abducting people, that the same way they abducted you. So, my question, and this is, just to make people to think, even if we get this guy out of power, and now we take the reins of power, the institutions are very weak. We do not have a system of constraints that can constrain the presidency, that can constrain the parliament or the judiciary. The judiciary simply, they do what they want. The parliament, they do what they want, and they shit on our faces. They tell us that they don't report to us, they only report to the president. The president himself has no system of constraints. There is nothing that constrains his power. And that's a very big challenge. And when we oust this guy or get him out of power, the other people who will come in, yes, we have, there is this phrase from the Bible. It says, you cannot put, um, you cannot put new wine in an old wineskin, because when wine ferments, it expands. And when it expands, if the old wineskin is weak, it will burst. So we have very able, learned, professional people who can run for office, and they can become, the MPs and what have you. But the system, which is now the old wine, the system is broken.
the judiciary is broken, the executive is broken, the system of constraints are broken. You can see the NIS, the DCI, as in they only play to the tune of the politicians. The system is completely broken, and it's up to the highest bidder. If you don't have money in Kenya, then forget about it. If you have money, the highest bidder is the one who gets the system to work for them. And this system, if you look at history, is the only differentiator between the countries that made it and became first world countries and the countries that did not make it and become first world countries. I'm going to give an example of Egypt. Egypt, they had an uprising in 2011 during the Arab uprising, and they ousted Mubarak. When they ousted Mubarak, they were so hopeful that things are gonna get better. Was it Mubarak? Okay, they were in Egypt when they ousted their president. This movement, the revolution, was exactly like what we are seeing today in Kenya. But when there was a regime change, because the institutions never changed, there was no institutional change that was effected. Nothing changed. Everything is the same. If you look at Egypt, their currency is bad, the economy is bad, everything is the same. The elites still control the economy, just like in Kenya, a few people control the economy. And if we don't look at it this way, even if we succeed in getting Ruto out of power, but we don't look at institutional change, then I don't think we will get the results that we
And
want.
land. Okay.
Dr. Miguna, I
Uh,
think I'm
I
done.
went off. For some reason it just went off.
Okay.
Could
Sorry.
you please?
Can I?
No. I had you. Please, I would like to answer because I think if we have too many questions, also we lose a lot.
Right.
I would like to deal with this thing because I still think we are not listening carefully, Hillary and everybody else. I think we should listen carefully. I never talked of regime change. Please listen to language. Words are so important, and how we choose our words is very, very important. I said we transform the system. We uproot the existing state, the existing system as it was put by the British to serve foreign interests using local black clones. We have an imperialist managed controlled system. It is being managed through Washington, from Washington through remote control using black people. Jomo Kenyatta was not an African president. Moi was not an African president. Kibaki was not an African president, nor was Uhuru, nor is Ruto. They get their memo from Washington and London and Paris. They get their memo from the IMF and the World Bank. The Finance Bill 2024 was not drafted in Nairobi. It was given to Ruto from Washington by the IMF. Ruto's economic advisors are not advising, they are taking instructions from elsewhere. That is the problem. The issue you're talking about, Egypt, they had a regime change. They did not transform their system. They did not replace the old with a new system. They simply replaced president. It was a coup by the CIA. A military man took power on behalf of America and is doing worse than Mubarak. The same way you had in Sudan, the same way you had in Zimbabwe. So a coup does not replace a system. A regime change does not replace a system. An election does not replace a system. Only a popular revolution does. And hence the formula for being on the street. You cannot be on the street simply to change colors, simply to change uniform, simply to change names, simply to change faces or gender. I'll tell you what the problem is and why Ruto cannot deliver. And if anybody thinks that he will deliver, is wasting his time. And then I will answer a very simple question. Why did I support him? So in 2017, 2022, I was exiled after having been tortured, abducted, and everything else happening. And now you have to think, the system was already institutionalized by the British. It was strong. There was a president, Uhuru Kenyatta, trying to hand over power to a senile Raila Odinga, whom he think he will control through remote control. So basically, Uhuru was going to rule through Raila, just like Moi wanted to put Uhuru Kenyatta in 2022 so that he could rule through Uhuru. So now you have to think, how do we remove the president so that Kenyans know that they can always remove a president? That a sitting president cannot impose somebody. So we decided we support Ruto so that we can defeat a sitting president trying to impose another person so that he can continue ruling indirectly. That was the purpose for putting Ruto. Now, once you put Ruto, we have put a weak candidate because we have shown that we can defeat a president. The same way we can defeat Ruto now, the same way we defeat Uhuru then. We are trying to tell Ruto the same way we helped you remove or stop Raila and Uhuru is the same way we can remove you because power belongs to us. Ruto is weaker than Uhuru. So we can remove him directly before 2027. And how do we remove him? We remove him the same way that the Philippines removed Marcos on the street. I did not give the example of Egypt. But even if you give the example of Egypt, Egypt was a military coup. You stop a military coup by having so many people on the street that the military will side with us and will help us remove the regime and transform the system. And I've given you the formula of transformation. The institutions are not weak. They are simply emasculated. They are not functioning. And they are not functioning because the people we put in power have no integrity. If you have strong institutions, but the people presiding over them have no integrity, you create a dictatorship. Because a strong institution with a person without integrity on top, that's a dictator. Because they can always use the institution. You need a transparent, accountable institution. You don't need necessarily strength. You need accountability, transparency to the people. That's what you need. I don't know why Kenyans use the language of dictatorship. They want a strong leader. No, we don't want a strong leader. We want an accountable leader. We want a leader who listens to the people, a leader who provides services to the people, a leader who will not do things unconstitutionally, a leader who will operate within the rule of law. That's what we want. We want governance. We don't want dictatorship. So all we need is a leader with a vision, with ideology, and with integrity, or leaders like that. And they are there in Kenya. Those are the leaders that will transform the state. So if you are going to choose, because I've seen people say, oh, we want Matiang'i, and they don't remember it is the same Matiang'i that tortured me, that abducted me, that forced me into exile, that disobeyed court orders, 35 of them, that killed people and dumped in River Yala. Like, how stupid can we be? If you say, oh, we want Babu, the guy who shot people as we watched, a DJ that had just gone to do his gig so that he could feed his family, and this is the guy that you say you want? Like, what is wrong with us? So I want us to think carefully about what it is that we want. We cannot replace a dictator with a tyrant. We cannot take Didmas Baraza, who shot somebody in broad daylight and got away with it. And now, because he comes to spend CDF on us, we say he's good. Or because they have bought the Githeri media, who are now writing fake stories and fake headlines, and currently holding eating ugali with Ruto at State House, that those are the people that you are singing because NIS has made posters and are circulating them on social media. We have to be clear. We have to be focused. We have to be value-based. We have to be ideologically driven. A person without a philosophy of life, who has no values, cannot be a good leader, no matter what he promises. So telling me Ruto promised this, Ruto promised this, Ruto did this, and then comparing it to now is not to get the memo. You're not getting the point. Two, occupation, civil disobedience. We're not talking civil disobedience. We are talking revolutionary protest that removes a regime and transform a system from an old imperialist clone, neocolonial clone, to a fully liberated African country that is answerable to Africans only, that are answerable to its citizens only, that are answerable to its residents only. A system that is aware that if you play by the rules of the people, you survive. If you betray the people, you are removed, just like they have removed Ruto. This is what I think we have to understand. The entire system has to go. We have to create a fresh new system from down going up, from the foundation. And then there was a statement about infiltration. How do we stop infiltration? You cannot stop infiltration. They will try to infiltrate and they will infiltrate. Just like now they are listening to the space. What you have to do is vigilant, be disciplined, be focused, be analytical, be impervious to being manipulated. Don't be gullible. Don't take anything from them. Don't take money from them. Because I can assure you that even a lot of the donations to the sick, the NIS is giving. To the ones who died, the NIS is giving. We are aware. We know that. They did that when I and others were fighting Moi during the one-party system. They would come, even in the student movement, even in exile. They will join your group. They will even be elected leaders in your group. Then they will be ferreting information to the regime. So we have to be aware they are there. They are actually here. They are here with us. They are publishing posters. They are attending demonstrations with us. But if we are vigilant, because the majority of the people cannot be manipulated because there are too many, and you cannot buy 10 million people, 54 million Kenyans, they will fail. That is the only thing. But to say there will be no infiltration is to be naive. There is no perfect movement. There will be no perfect revolution. Just like there is no perfect human. We will make mistakes. But as long as we achieve the overall goal, we should count ourselves to be on the right path.
Thank you so much, Dr. Miguna. Go ahead.
Marge,
Yes.
I would like to just say something. A couple of things that I'm hearing from Dr. Miguna. The first thing that comes very clearly for me is that the institutions are there and they are strong. The problem is the personnel. And that is why his idea is to come and clean the entire swamp, take everybody out, because the personnel that we have, that we inherited, the thinking was from 1963. So the personnel is what we need to get rid of. The second thing I'm hearing, and I guess that's why people, including myself, were struggling to hear him, is we're used to listening to all these things within the rule of law and the constitutions and processes and hierarchy of succession. That's where we are still stuck. So Dr. Miguna's argument is very revolutionary, which is not what we are used to. He is saying, take all that out. Focus on Article 1, we the people, that we the people are the ones who donated that power. And we already decided that that power does not exist when we went out and said no to the bill, and we went out in our numbers. And if we can come out in the numbers and peacefully demonstrate peacefully through a revolution, we can get everybody out, cancel the entire system, and start over again with the National Transitional Authority. I think that's what we're all battling. I think, at least for me, and some messages I'm getting, is that we only hear all this within the context of the rule of law as it was defined for us. The third thing I want to say, there's a girl called Esperance, who was in a space yesterday, and she spoke a bit earlier. And I was talking about the power of social media and how the youth and the social media has demonstrated how the game, how the game has changed when it comes to mobilizing people. Because we used to think that elections must take 2 years to organize, that it's such a big, complicated thing. I think I would like Esperance to share with us some very powerful statistics that she shared with us yesterday. I don't know whether she's still on the call.
She dropped.
Because she dropped. Okay, I'm going to look for her. But she really shared some very important statistics that we need to understand, that going now through even choosing our new leaders is not going to be about who has as much money as possible to buy media, to do events. Now it can all be done online, and especially with blockchain and technology, it's a game changer how we're going to mobilize people for elections. That was my submission.
You have said it so beautifully, and the Tuesday and Thursday mobilization was not done by money. It's not something Ruto can do. The demonstrations happening in Kisumu, Migori, Siaya, Mombasa, Garissa, Wajir, everywhere, all over the country. You can't do that from the state. Even NIS cannot do that. People forget that the military and the police are only 350,000 and we are 54 million. Like, these guys cannot stand us if we stand on the street. Their weapons become absolutely useless in the face of the numbers. And when you have these numbers, the military do not want to shoot because they could be shooting their girlfriends, they could be shooting their mothers, they could be shooting their sisters. We immobilize them by our numbers. They are scared and they run.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ria. I want to just underline also there that so that it comes out very clearly. Even the suggestion that Dr. Miguna is suggesting is within Article 1 of the Kenyan Constitution. That having been underlined, I'd like to also share my shock, and I need to really, really call on the population to be vigilant and question themselves, because when I heard people asking Matiangi to come out, I was like, are you kidding me? This is a person. Sorry. Honorable Stella, you're gonna go next, Stella. This is a person who misused his power when he was a CS, misused the police. So the people who are calling out on Matiangi, why you people in a deep slumber? Because if he could do that when he was a CS, you want to make him the president? Do you want to? Because he could even be the worst of the dictators. And I'm saying this in a recorded space, and I have to really call on people to be vigilant, because I'm asking myself as a non-Gen Z, how did this happen? How did our younger people, not all Gen Zs thought this way, but how did our younger people look at a potential dictator and call him out to come and save the situation? No. Guys, I think when all these things is sorted out, we need really civil education. We need to take interest in our matters, because otherwise that was a very dangerous thing that I had being floated there. Now the next thing is who next, because that is the point that also Dr. Miguna shared. When we want to bring in another person, we need to look for people who have integrity. And I remember the last space when Okia Omtata was asking, I say, so who next? Who do you want to bring in? But then he was taken off the space by people who are been monitoring our spaces here, and also have bought the spaces that are being held at the moment. Those spaces are allegedly being held by DCI. So those people are either under duress or that being paid to do so. To just be careful. But as Dr. Miguna said, don't be afraid. But guys, that one with Matiangi, I can repeat it again. It really was a serious shock on me as a Kenyan citizen. Honorable Stella, over to you.
Magic, let me say just a quick thing.
Yes.
Let us forget about going to court. I don't know why people are so excited about court. You cannot have justice through a system that is captured. This is a captured system. Yes, if somebody is arrested, we go to court to have them released, no problem. But you are not going to get justice from the courts. This is justice we are going to get directly from the streets. In fact, if somebody is getting arrested and you are around there and you are 1,000 people, you can stop that arrest. They came to arrest me on the 30th of January 2018 at the Intercon. And I didn't run. They didn't arrest me. I called the youth from Uhuru Park. They came, surrounded the Intercon. And I went to I went to Uhuru Park. They were not able to arrest me. A lot of this just requires bravery and courage and fearlessness. Don't allow them to do anything to abuse you just because you're scared. Don't be scared. That's what they're looking for.
Thank
Thank
you
you
so
so
much. Over to you, Hilary. Here.
Yeah, thank you so much, Daktari, and for that. And I want to request again, those who are requesting mic, please just be with us, bear with us, because there's so many. We want to give 3 people at a row, and when you're given a mic, give us way forward. That is very important. And also, if you have a question, don't repeat the question that was already answered by Daktari, so that we can minimize time and also be onto the point as we all these spaces. Otherwise, thank you so much, Daktari. When you'll come in, I have this question. I know, and you have been one of the people who have been associated with the movement and activism in the spirit of icon of Sarafina. How do you see this role of art, music, cultural uh, uh, expression driving the social change? And what messages that you share with artists to convey or to inspire them when they're doing their thing to be inspired of transformation on our country? I know you'll come in on that, but let me give Honorable Stella, then we give you Juliana, then Godfather, the 3 of you, then we will add more people on the speaker. That's okay, Madge?
Yes, that's all right. But just before Stella goes, I want to add on to something talking about integrity. Currently, there's a petition. Somebody petitioned the ex IUBC chair Hassan Isaac due to corruption, so that because he's at the moment he's being interviewed for a very important position, and these are the things that keeps eating us all the time: the corruption and paying back people who did something a favor. But when I put out that tweet, Kenyans ignore it. They totally ignored. So I think we need to really wake up. When the controller of budget, I hope I'm not using the wrong title here, talked about the number of millions that are missing. Why were all of you silent, if I may ask? I know that it might be a little bit not the time to ask, but please, when we moving forward, take those things serious, because the allegations that the petitioner has against the ex chair of IBC, he went on, and actually the first part, whereas I know that the courts can also be, they have their way of, it's a swamp that also needs to be drained. But my concern is why a huge population of Kenyans, when people tell them this is wrong, this is what is going on, then nothing happens. Let's be very vigilant. And I'm going to look for that tweet and put it on the comment section. I need you to retweet, and I need you to ask yourself, because that is the same guy who was, like really mismanaged the elections, but he's going to be given a much stronger position in preparation for 2027. You guys are here and doing nothing. Hilary, you queued in Stella, and then who? And then Juliana and Godfather. Stella, please.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you for hosting this space. Just to reiterate what Dr. Miguna has been saying, let me take us back to history. Yeah, as a human race, when we were all created, it's a simulation basically, and we have to live in a community and love, all that. Like, it's basically that. And these communities have always been led by values, which build up to now the entire system. But now the system collapsed. Think of it as a factory. and we have various conveyor belts, and now kila conveyor belt imekuwa hurdle, so the entire system basically haiwork. Think of it as a code. Umeandika hii code, umekuwa ukicode right, lakini unajua vizuri sana kuna makosa ulifanya, lakini bado ina work to some extent, so inaendelea kubuild up na makosa. So hii system basically haitakupea results unadai. So at the county levels, this is what has to be done, like nationwide, at the county level, and even at the ward level. Tuko na ma-professionals. Tunajua kuna wasee vifiti sana, wamesoma, wanaelewa vitu za law, kuna madaktari, kuna a professional body enye itakuwa inalidiwa na integrity, transparency na accountability. Tukianza na hiyo, to build up from the ward level, it represent to the sub-county level, iende to the county level and to the national level, then I think tutakuwa tumeanza kusafisha hii system. And all this itagaidiwa vizuri sana na lawyers wetu, because basically mimi kama I'm a conservation scientist, I understand my field very well, and what I have learned from my field is that I go to these big meetings zenye watu wakubwa tu ndo wako, and you listen to their thinking does not really align to the real conservation goals, for instance. And I'm pretty sure kuna watu wenye wako kwa law, watu wako kwa agriculture, watu wako kwa medicine, wenye wanaendanga kwa hizi spaces na wanasikiza vitu zinafanywa align na vile inafaa kuwa, kwa sababu system isha collapse. So it's upon us saizi kujaribu kusafisha hii system from the start. So basically tunajaribu kusema nini, kila msee hapa vile aliumbwa, whatever you believe in, whichever religion you are from, vile uliumbwa na purpose. So kuumbwa tu coincidentally tuna exist tu, na purpose yako ni ya kuserve humanity. So ni ujikumbushe mwenyewe, ulidiwe na hizo values za hiyo purpose, so una feel hiyo ndo purpose yako, then make sure kila system ambayo umeingia umesafisha. So inaanza na wewe, kisha ende kwa wengine. Make sure pia, what I learned, I'm an introvert-ish, and what I learned getting into this space, ni lazima ukue activist kwa hii space, kwa kila space ambayo uko, ndo rights zetu, as in, ndo usikizwe, ndo vitu ziende right, lazima pia ukue activist, si kunyamazia na vitu zinaenda wrong. So basically, that's what I have to say. And we have to remember the real reason we are in this country. As in, tunafaa kukumbuka tu ni solidarity na unity na love na tuishi in prosperity, because the Western world doesn't wish anything good for us. Hiyo ndio ina corrupt system in the first place. So tuache kufikiria Western world ndo wanatutakia mazuri, juu tuko na scarcity mentality enye haifai. Like in the country, we have abundant resources, like in the entire of Africa, but they don't want us to know that. Ndo maana kuna hii mental slave, tuna enslaviwa mentally. So yeah, so that's it from my end. Nina rant.
Thank. That's very healthy. But please, I know the situation. Actually, you've reminded me. Reminder to everyone: the situation is very, very intense. So do try every day, if you can, to at least walk for 15 to 30 minutes for your mental health, so that you can really recap there. Juliana, and then yeah, but there isn't a question.
Marge?
Yes.
Marge, please, I would like you to also just invite Esperance to talk about what the statistics from the campaign, the numbers. She has data that I would like her to share with us so that we can understand the power of what we have when it comes to social media and the power of the youth and its influence on mobilization, whether it is now or it is towards the elections.
Okay, that's okay. But my question is, because this space is being listened to by many people, is it that are we going to be sharing the the strategies there? But I mean, Yeah, I have a little bit mixed feelings, but as parents, you can share, but with caution, because there are people also listening and they don't want to, because it's not a good idea to tell them this is what we do, this, because then they know, okay, this is where we finya pale na to finya pale. Just yeah, okay.
All
Go
right.
on.
Thank you. I'll take the shortest time possible. So we tracked the hashtag reject finance bill. That is the role of digital media in monitoring of this conversation. So as at Friday of last week, the hashtag reject finance bill had 713.83 million impressions. That is 39% more than in the previous periods. It also had 31.07 million. Out of these interactions, negative, those who are disgusted, were 39.4%, those who are neutral were 38.6%, and those who are positive were 22%. So the tone of the voice, the general tone of the voice in this text was anger, frustration, and determination in protesting against the Finance Bill 2024 and the government's actions towards it. There were calls for resistance, accusations of dictatorship, and a sense of unity among the protesters. So we had a list of activists and influencers leading this conversation. We tracked 10 of them. I'll not share them, but the most important is Miguna made it to number 9. And then we also had one media station making it to among the top 10. I won't share the names of the activists because we know if it means if these activists are told, they can be gassed up and the conversation can be swayed. So the most popular emojis used displayed a mix of emotions. We had the inject, the needle, we had the viva, the thumbs up sign, we had the Kenyan flag showing patriotism, we had the love, the dustbin sign, fire, and the 100% fine. And then volume of conversation, surprisingly the UK was missing in the top 10. Kenya was number 1 with 50.45%. The United States was number 2 at 34%. We had Tanzania, we had the Philippines, we had Belgium, Indonesia, Netherlands, Spain, Switzerland, and Sweden. It means the world over is listening to this conversation and they're participating. Could be Kenyans, those areas, or just the world sharing that conversation. That's how powerful this movement is. And then while the UK missed in the list of the top 10 mentioned, it does rank number 10 with some of the most negative sentiments. We had Kenya at number 1, the US, Tanzania, Philippines, Indonesia, Belgium, the Netherlands, Spain, Switzerland, and the UK. What's the sentiment score in the president? We looked at the mentions of William Ruto and Zakayo. We didn't track any other names. The positive was only 18.7%, neutral was 23.9%, and negative were 57.3%. That is, the impressions were 310 million. Out of the 310.92 million impressions, the negative were 57.3%, and the interactions were 4.78%. Comments about the presidents are notably more negative than those on the bill. So people are more negative on the president than on the bill. So if the president's advisors here are listening, that is something you want to think about. So this is computed against 5 million interactions, looking at the mentions of William Ruto and Zakayo. Why am I sharing this data to each and every one of us? That tells you that we all have a role to play. If you're not in the ground, your share it's impacting something, the reaction you are creating, and each and everything you're doing. That tells you how powerful social media is in this movement. And going forward, social media is a tool that any other person who wants to go for public office or any other thing, you have to take it seriously. Thank you very much, Mad. Allow me to drop.
Thanks so much. And yeah, that's a very impressive statistics there. So as we proceed, Juliana and then Lee. And there's somebody from China. I'm so sorry he dropped because of the time zone, and it's so sad because China. I think he was staying. So anyway, let me try to inbox him if I can come back. Juliana and then Lee.
Okay, thank you so much for this space, Hilary and Matt. And good evening, or good evening, Dr. Miguna. I'm a Ugandan citizen, and as you know, Museveni is the biggest colonial and imperialist administrator in the region. And when Kenya sneezes, which catch cold. And a lot of young Ugandans have been inspired by what's happening in Kenya. However, there is almost a psychological hold on young Ugandans that they cannot replicate what's happening in Kenya. And I think they can. So really, I wanted to ask you about regional solidarity and how you think the Kenyan protests can actually inspire Ugandans to challenge Museveni's regime, and what role that regional solidarity can play in the struggle for change in our region going forward. The other thing that Museveni bangs on and on at Ugandans is the East African community, and how do you think that those the protests might influence the democratic reforms in the entire region? Because we are all going through, from listening to Kenyans, we're all going more or less through the same situation. In Uganda, it's worse because we've had the same dictator for 40 years and there seems to be no end to it. And then finally, the impact on our community, on the East African region. How might these protests moving forward influence, our community and political activism? I wanted to ask about what you think the long-term political implications will be for our region, and what message really do you have for Ugandans? Because we are so impressed by the resilience of Kenyan youth, and then the solidarity that has been displayed by professional lawyers, doctors, etc., etc. So how do we actually ensure that the virus that's sweeping through Kenya catches Uganda, and we remove this monstrous man after 40 years? Thank you so much. That's all. I'll drop now, Madge. Thank you.
Thanks, Juliana. Probably we add Lee's questions, and then Dr. Ray can take the two questions from the two speakers. Lee, over to you. No, my question was answered. I just had a comment. So maybe Dr. Ray could answer the question, then I'll come in with my comment after, if that's okay. Okay, that's all right. Dr. Miguna?
Oh, yes, thank you very much. I agree with a lot of the comments that have been made. So let's start with the first one, the use of music and art. This is the heart of the revolution. A revolution without music and art is not a revolution. So we must dance through the revolution, even as they shoot at us, even as they spray filthy water cannons, even as they try to beat protesters, even as they try to frustrate our movement forward. Because we need to show them that we are human and they are not. You must dehumanize them by exposing their brutality, their barbarism. You must satirize them. You must, throw bitter sarcasm at them. You must sing revolutionary songs. These revolutionary songs are not the same. They are all different, and they are sung at different revolutionary epochs, from the United States to South Africa to Kenya to all over the world. So nobody is going to prescribe the music to be played. Eventually, the revolution has its own anthem, but that has to come up organically the same way that the movement has been galvanizing itself organically. The use of social media is the heart of it now. This is the 21st century. Without the social media, this was not going to happen. This happened because of social media. We deconstructed them. We demystified the power of money. We demystified the power of the mainstream press. If you read the newspapers and listen to their TVs, you would not know what is happening in Kenya if not for the social media. So the social media is the only vehicle right now that carries revolutionary messages, that mobilizes and organizes. And we must use it robustly. Because if we do, we, as the lady gave the statistics, we are reaching hundreds of millions of people all over the world We are inspiring confidence. We are receiving solidarity messages from all over the world. And of course, this energizes us, energizes even people who are injured in hospitals. The ones who are dead, we remind those who killed them that their memories will not die and that they did not die for nothing. That is actually the reason why we have to continue so that we show Ruto and his regime that they have not succeeded. Because if we do not succeed, if we are not removing him, then he would have just killed and gotten away with it like the others. And so, coming back to the solidarity messages and giving inspiration to Ugandans and all over the world, because it's not just been Ugandans, the South Africans, the Nigerians, everybody in Africa is inspired. I saw even Caucasians in Ireland, Scotland, all over saying Ruto must go. So this is catching fire, and it already caught fire. So we cannot let the future generations down, nor should we let those who sacrificed their lives in decades before down. The Pio Pinto Gamas, Tom Boyers, the ones they failed, we cannot let them down. And of course, the ones they killed just last week, and the ones they will go to kill tomorrow, for example, for no reason, because they will kill you for no reason too. And the easiest way to die is to be a coward. Because when a coward dies, there is no memory, there is no monument, there is no song, there is no solidarity message. It's just one coward that has died. So if we must die, let us die on our feet in defiance of the tyranny of William Ruto, his surrogates, and his masters in Washington, D.C.
Thank you so much for that. Okay, Lee, and then the Godfather, and then I'll give the mic to Hillary. Go.
Thank you so much, Daktari, for that. I know Daktari has 30 minutes to go. So if we keep it short, also will be good because we've been here more than 2.5 hours. And we still have a lot of requests. And we have a lot of messages, more than 2,000 messages, Marge, that we'll respond to. I know I will share with Daktari later so that he can respond because this conversation today is not the last one, but these are a start of or the beginning of the conversation. We'll have a conversation as we move ahead. So, Godfather, go ahead. You say Godfather, then who?
Lee, and then Godfather.
Okay.
And
Just sorry, Marge. Before I dropped, can you hear me? Before I dropped,
yes.
When I was helping you for hosting, there was Miriam. She's been on the mic for quite a while, and then I just wanted to add up before Godfather goes, Miriam, and then I just wanted to add on to what Marge said. We don't want characters with questionable characters. Those people that their hands are smeared. I really back you on Matiangi. I was shocked as well, and we don't need such characters in our lineage. We don't need any. We need everyone. So if anyone that is
We are not hearing everything you are saying.
Yeah, that's a tampering. Can you
you
please leave and come back? Leave and come back, and then if you're having both, okay, I'll text you on what to do. I don't want to. I know DCI is listening. Hello, DCI there. Leave, and then no, you said Miriam should go first.
Yeah, Miriam, kindly. She's been there for
Miriam and
a
then Lee.
while.
Okay, fine. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Birial. Now, I have a question for Miguna, Dr. Miguna. During Uhuru's presidency, there's a time that he alluded to the fact that Kenya loses 2 billion shillings to corruption every day. So after the end of that statement, he said, "Unataka nifanye nini? You know, what do you want me to do?" My question to you, Dr. Miguna, is do you think that there are too many presidential constraints when it comes to our current constitution? And what are some of the suggestions that you'd give to in amending the constitution to make it in such a way that we deal with corruption in a better way?
Should I quickly answer that?
Yes, please.
There are no constitutional restraints. And Uhuru was lying. He was not lying about the amount of money being stolen. He was lying that he could not do anything. He was the thief. Uhuru stole more than 2.5 trillion Kenya shillings in 10 years and stashed it in Panama, in Cayman Islands, and the island of Virgin Island. And this has been traced in the Panama, in the Pandora Papers. If Ruto was serious, and this is why we have to remove him, if he was serious, the money Uhuru stole alone, forget about what he's stealing, just what Uhuru stole alone in 10 years, Uhuru and his family, is enough to pay the debt, all the Kenyan national debt, both domestic and foreign, and is enough to transform Kenya from a third world country to a first world. Just Uhuru alone. So forget about what Kenyatta stole in the 15 years. Forget about what Moi stole in 24 years. Forget about what Ruto has stolen from the time he was a member of parliament up to now. Just what Uhuru stole alone. So how could he say he knew, which means he had the figures? So who gave him the figures? And if he knew the figures, then it means he knew the thieves. And he's the one who appointed the director of public prosecutions. He appointed the head of the DCI, and he has access to the EACC, and he has access to the IG of police. I mean, he had the instruments within which to deal with the corruption, but because it was his corruption, he couldn't do anything. His cabinet, Matiang'i, was driving a Peugeot 504, a beat up one, when he was appointed minister, and he left a billionaire with 3 skyscrapers in Westlands alone. So clearly, this is not money from salary. This is the one some people are saying, oh, Matiang'i for president. A thoroughly corrupt man. And we have not even gotten to the heart of corruption in Kenya since independence. So we have enough money. There is enough power within the presidency and within vested in the constitution to institutions. And Uhuru was simply lying.
Thanks for clarifying that, Dr. We actually cannot end the space without me calling you the General. Thanks so much, General Lee, and then Godfather.
Thank you so much, Miguna, for being on this space and talking to us. I just had a comment. My first question was actually about the involvement of diaspora and what you think about, them being vocal and everything. But you answered it because you said that the problems that Kenyans are facing, everyone is facing the same problems: corruption, despotism, brutality, taxation that affects all Kenyans. You also said something very important. You said that power does not concede without a fight. So anybody that expects that Ruto will just wake up in the morning and be like, okay, you guys have made enough noise, okay, bye now, that's not going to happen. I really appreciated that comment. You also made another very key point. You said that Ruto is at his weakest point and now is the time to strike. I think, and this is the only comment I was going to make, you're 1,000% correct when you say if there was 1 million, maybe 2 million Kenyans on the street, they cannot shoot all of us. They cannot shoot everybody. They cannot tear gas 2 million people. The tear gas will run out. They'll not be able to stop you. If people just band together and unite together and decide we're going on the streets and we are going to stay on the streets until everybody resigns, tufunge hii nchi tuanze tena, there will be no change. I still believe we cannot relent. I still believe that our strength is in our numbers, our strength is in our unity, and we need to focus. That's all I wanted to say. Asante sana, Daktari. I will now cede the mic.
Thank you so much, Lee. And now we go to the Godfather. And yes.
Very well. Thank you. Thank you, Maj. Thank you, Hillary, the host, and the other co-host, Wanjiro Wakili. Thank you, Dr. Miguna, the General, for gracing us and having this conversation, very candid conversation indeed. And as we continue with the conversation, you alluded to the fact that the end goal of the revolution is actually to do an overhaul of the system that we have, because the current system that we have was meant to serve the Washington, London, and maybe Paris, among other colonial powers. On the same note, maybe someone will allude to the fact that religion may also have been brought to serve the very purpose. So, what do we do with this religion? Because it's a very thorny issue and very emotive. We cannot talk to our parents about religion or even some people in these spaces without being offended. What do we do with these issues of God? That is the first question. We need to figure out how to deal with it so that the revolution can be without any encumbrances. Moving forward, we've also noted that, as you leaded, this revolution and the movement will not be perfect, and there will be a few problems in between. However, you were adamant that when the revolution is complete, we do away with the current system as it were, be it the executive, the legislature, as well as the judiciary. What do we do with those who are in the system? However, their only mistake is that they're in the system, but they may not be as bad as the system, since we are already agree that the system, as it were, is not perfect. Do we drain the swamp, as Marge had stated, or are we going to be selective in our ways of dealing with those who may have to join us as a team? Then, lastly, you yourself, you voted for the current regime, and you had given you qualified your support for the team, and why maybe you needed to do that, and that was personal, and I think that's fair enough. There are those who voted for this regime because they believed in this regime, not to punish the other one, not to show that they needed they could actually vote the president out, but they actually believed in the philosophy. They believed in everything that this government stands for. Some of them are here, and they have now tried to hijack the movement, and they're in the movement. What do we do with them? Do we say they've changed their hearts? Are they now really a part of the team, or are we still draining the swamp altogether? We don't let them be closer to the movement. Then there are those voices that may also try to slow down the movement. What do you do with that? I will leave it at that. Thank you so much, Madge. Bye.
Thanks. Let's pick the questions and then we check. Hillary, be checking with the general how much more minutes.
Yeah,
Evelyn,
I will check that.
if,
Thank you so
yeah,
much.
okay. Evelyn, Gideon, and then Dr. Henry. Evelyn? Okay. Gideon?
Okay. How is everyone in the group? It's good to join the group, though I've been a bit late. I was in a lot of traffic jam, but finally I'm here. But I want just to maybe ask just a question, or maybe just express my feelings about the unions we do have in Kenya. Like what exactly, we know the role of COTU, but it seems that lately we don't have functioning unions. Like Kotu has really let us down. What can we also speak about this? What can we see
So
in
Gideon,
this?
may I defer your question to another session? I know it's very important. Actually, some people would argue that Atuoli is the Ugandan, is the Museveni of the, because he's always there. And so let's just divert that to another session and stick to the topic. We're going to have a follow-up session, kindly. So Dr. Henry?
Hello. Thank you very much. Mine is just to thank you, everybody who is on the panel tonight, especially Dr. Miguna, who has resurfaced. We have had these panels before, but this is my first time to attend Marge and Hillary's panel. Mine tonight is just to try, I'm not going to ask questions, but just to give encouragement and say that this week was my first time in my life to say in reality that I couldn't be prouder to be Kenyan, because our children have made me proud. Now, I keep on repeating this because I want to remind you guys, we have a big fight. It has not started yet. Ruto is at his most dangerous now. And the enemy is not Ruto, as I keep on telling you. There is somebody behind a large organization. Right now, they are rearranging their plans. We don't know what they're going to come up on our poverty in order to survive. We don't have any friends, East or West. The Chinese, the Russians, the Caucasians in the West, all of them look at us as a means of survival. All that I need to ask you guys is there is no government in Kenya right now. Anybody who has got eyes to see can see. It's the army that is the government. Ruto is hiding behind the army. What is going to happen if the army is withdrawn from the streets? There's going to be mayhem. There's going to be a vacuum if Ruto leaves. And who takes over? I'm looking at the possibility of a uniform. Somebody in uniform coming and taking over. And there are people who are very, very specialized in installing people in Africa and supporting them, saying, we want stability, we want peace. I don't know where we are heading to, but guys, I want to give you encouragement. Let's be strong. Let's be strong at this time because this is the time that people are arranging their cards, and these people are dangerous. These people are dangerous, okay? God bless Kenya. God bless you guys. And may you keep the fight alive until our children are free. Thank you.
Wafula, thank you so much. Hannah, your question really marries with what Wafula is talking about. Please ask the questions and then General can take over. Evelyn, I gave you the mic, but you aren't able to speak. If you're able to speak, try to give me a signal. Hannah, please, yes.
Yes, thank you, Marge, and my apologies. Yes, Miguna Daktari, my question is really wasn't for me. I wanted a lot of Kenyans to understand. Maybe if you could explain it more, because the question is burning, because people think it just ends with Ruto. It doesn't end with Ruto, as you've clearly said. It's about the whole system. So I wanted maybe if you could touch base on the severity of the Western infiltrating our system and how they've set the system to be against each and every Kenyan. And no matter which person we put there, unless we correct the system, it's going to happen. And for instance, how worse it's getting after each and every person is elected, it seems the system gets worse and worse. And where we are now, some people might think it's a good thing that even if Ruto goes, but Kenya has become the non-NATO member allied to America. So I just wanted you to a little bit touch on that. But thank you much.
Thanks, Anna. And before Dr. goes, I would like to, because when we're trying to amplify messages, sometimes, it's the numbers. So do continue building a network, follow each other, follow the host, the co-host, the speakers, look left and right and follow each other. Because when you have that important message, that you want amplified, it's good when you have people to amplify it. And if you are tagging probably somebody who has a lot of following but is in the pockets of the people, then they're not going to amplify it. And then after that, I would like Wanjiru to request you to take over the queuing as we proceed. Dr. Are you ready, or should we ask more questions?
Marge, just one quick one before we proceed, and it's a quick question for the general. Now that we have talked about the transitional, the National Transitional Authority, and we've been leaderless, faceless, tribeless, isn't it time to start now figuring out how to establish a way of bringing the message, not only bringing the message together, bringing it home so that we can be unified, so that we don't have 10,000 requests, number one, and number two, just a structure to bring people together so that we can have those 52 people. So that for me is what I'm struggling with around the structure and the leadership of that organization going forward.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. In 1979, I was in Form 1 in Onjiko Secondary School in Kisumu County. There was a military overthrow in Ghana by a captain called Jerry John Rawlings. He was a very junior officer in the army. He had been arrested and put in jail. And the junior military officers and the country rose up and went and released him from jail, and they overthrew the government that was in power. And when Jerry Rawlings was asked how he managed to do it, being a very junior officer, and it was just a day before he was hanged, and he said, Ghana is like a small room, basically a tinderbox, with gas everywhere. And all that was needed was one person to take a matchbox and strike the matchbox and throw in that little fire in the matchbox, and the whole thing explodes. And that is how he managed to take power. Kenya is exactly in the same state that Ghana was in 1979. Kenya is a small room with gases everywhere, inflammable substances everywhere. And the beauty with our situation is that the person who threw the matchbox is not a guy sitting in jail. It's actually a guy sitting at State House.
Sitting at State House.
Who is that?
Who is that? Who's doing?
Okay, somebody had their mic open. Terry, just a moment. I think that was Joe. No, I'm gonna mute. There's somebody who had their mic open. I think they're recording also in parallel.
Yeah,
and
because
then
that's not gonna work. Anyway, so the person who threw the match, the fire, the little flame of fire, is actually William Samoei Ruto. When we told him withdraw Finance Bill 2024 given to you by IMF, he said, I'm not going to withdraw it. And he sent his goons like David D to insult us, telling us, oh, all you are Twitter activists. Politics is a contact sport. So the Gen
Digital
Zs,
wankers.
excuse me? So the Gen Zs had him, and they say, okay, you think we who are tweeting, who are reading, who are on social media are not human beings. We are going to teach you a lesson. So the rest, as they say, is history. But the point is, we cannot turn back. It's too late, even for Ruto. It's too late for everybody. He has to go. I want to reinforce the point that right now, we cannot let Ruto stay in power, because it means we are going to give him a license to come for all of you and send abductors and killer squads. But in one big, huge mass, he cannot stop us. That's number one. Number two, there was a question about what do we do with religion. It's a red herring. let's not touch these things. Right now, we are not interested in religion and those hiding in churches and in mosques and in other places of worship. Right now, we are interested in transformation of the state, not the transformation of the church. If we transform a secular state and we separate state from religion, the population will deal with the church if they decide to be sacrilegious. Remember, right now, even Ruto's wife himself, they cannot go to church. They cannot go and buy a priest anymore. They have been stopped by the people already. So in a way, we are cleaning the church, but we have to clean the state first. And the moment we clean the state and transform it, the church by its very nature will be transformed. But we don't want to be prescriptive right now about churches, about what those ones will cause division, will set us against the church. We don't want people who are setting us up. That's a setup. It's a red herring, and we must avoid it. We focus on our agenda. We have to be disciplined, thoroughly disciplined. Number two, what do we do with the people in the system? I don't know what is understood by the people in the system. Anyone who believes in this system, this bankrupt system, this system that was set up for neocolonial purposes, for extractive purposes, to pauperize Africa, cannot be part of the new dispensation. But if you just happen to be working for the government or for the public, that does not make you culpable for what the government did. That is why I said that one of the solutions was to set up an independent investigative authority that will investigate all malpractices, all questionable land grabbings, corruption, scandals, institutional capture, political assassinations from 1963 to now. That is enough for cleansing and cleaning up the system. We don't have to have parallel or multiple duplicative processes. It will cause confusion, it will waste public funds, and it will cause division. Now, the next one was the issue of, let me just see. I took some notes, so I hope I am going to go through them. Somebody says, for those who believed in this system, and he said that I had already explained myself, and I think he was alluding to the fact that what do we do with those who supported the system? I guess it is the same thing. But I wanted to say, you see, a lot of people don't realize that Ruto has no philosophy. Ruto has no ideology. The only ideology that Ruto has is looting and grabbing and terrorizing people so that we can leave him alone to loot. We knew that when we elected him. But we were very clear that we wanted a weak president that we could remove in the event that he continued on his profligate ways. And now he continued. So it's important to exercise our sovereignty and remove him because he pretended that because he suffered under Uhuru a little bit, was inconvenience a little bit, that he had reformed. Then you realize that the criminal came out of jail and continued to do or commit more crimes. The reason why in Kenya we have not had institutions that operate is because we've never punished impunity. We've never punished grand corruptors, people who have just sabotaged the system. We have not punished even murderers. It is time that we started doing that. And with this transition, we have to punish them. That way, we will not recycle this kind of organized criminals to be squatting in public space. We will not have them occupy public space. We will send out an example to Kenyans and all over the world that criminality does not pay. That if you steal from the public will punish you, and you will not enjoy that wealth. If you kill or maim, like Babu did, or like Baraza did, or like many others have done, including Ruto, that we will punish you severely so that the country and history will record it permanently. Now, somebody said that we should be clear so that we don't have 10,000 requests floating. I was very clear that we should have maximum 3 demands. But in fact, for me, it is only one. We must have only one demand. Ruto as an entire regime must go. They must go now so that we can reconstitute our state. We can transform our society and construct a new system based on merit, a merit-based system, a merit-based system with a foundation of values, values of social justice, values of equality, values of equity, values of transparency, values of accountability. These are the foundation stones of a new state. If you have it right and you do it, then you don't have to fear Washington. You don't have to fear anybody. Because if you recall, even in Rwanda, Kagame took power by shooting down a president that was in power. And the whole world went wild. But after 2 weeks, they recognized him and they're doing business with him. These people will do business with us if we transform our system, the same way they did business with Mao Zedong in China, who led China through a revolution. The same way they did business with everybody else, including Sankara, even though they planned for his assassination later. And if you recall, if you have a leader with integrity, who is a revolutionary, who is committed to transforming the system, Sankara managed to turn Upper Volta, now Burkina Faso, into a food secure country in 4 years. He was only in his 30s. We can do it.
Thank you so much, Daktari.
Very much.
Yes, over to you,
Yeah, thank you so much,
Hilary.
Daktari, for that response. I've seen Willis Wakil Willis. Will give you a mic to say also your views on this. Daktari, can you confirm for me that how many minutes do we have? Then we round up.
I think that it is 2:23. Why don't we have another 30 minutes and then
Can
we
we hear
open
from
up?
can we hear from Willis, Hillary?
Yeah, no worries, no worries. Well, that's what I'm asking, Daktari.
I say 30 minutes. 30 minutes.
All right, thank you
For
so
me.
much. At the top of the hour, we are closing. Daktari, I request 35 minutes for us to close it at the top of the hour. That will be good with us. Thank you so much for that. And guys, let us keep it the conversation going on. And this just at the beginning of the conversation. Daktari will be with us all the time to make sure that we push these things forward, and we know that we realize the reality of it at the end of the day. I think the conversation is good, and we are at top of the hour. And Daktari give the way forward. I know when he will do his last submission, he's gonna give a clear direction of the committee that he was talking about and how to constitute it. I know he talked about the 54 tribes in Kenya, so that we can have 54 representative according to the communities that we have around, but also we want to have a clear way forward so that we have a proper conversation going forward. But I think the clear direction is that the current regime must go. I think that's the way we're going. Willis, go ahead, then Narendri, then Nani Maj.
Peter, could you please probably after Willis, then Peter, because he has something he's doing, and then we go to Narendra. Yeah, Willis, over to you. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. First, let me thank General for hosting this space and coming out. I've been with General in the trenches when even times were tougher than they are today, in the sense that you are fighting an electoral system that was trying to circumvent the will of the people. And the General, as at that time, did show what I'll call extreme brevity in tackling that system. In this particular instance, he's doing it now when the people themselves are claiming their sovereignty. And what General is saying is actually the only way, in my view, that we can get out of this impasse, because the elected representatives have since ceded their representative role and they're not representing the people at all. And the people are now exercising their sovereignty directly. And the proposal which has been made that we have a transitional mechanism, that is the only way that we can come out of this. Because if we go the route, we attempt the route of trying to talk with William Ruto, in my view, you'll be going back to his system. You will actually be strengthening him. You will be donating back to him the power that the people have taken away from him and illegitimized him. So a transitional mechanism will ensure that the people have a stopgap measure that oversees a process that will lead them to donate back their sovereignty, or part of it, so to speak, when the time comes. And it's important that we maintain the pressure. William Ruto, where he sits, in my view, is actually now very weak. He doesn't have popular support. In fact, he has no support at all across the country. And he will try to do everything possible to undermine the collective universe of the people that is trying to fully get him out of office and exercise their sovereignty directly. So it is important that those of us who are in this space, we understand that we are dealing with a former lion that has since now been wounded and is limping, and he will do everything possible to try to claw back and assert himself as the executive. One thing we must note is that in any conversation that you go and have with William Ruto, you will only be strengthening him. You will not in any way be strengthening the people of Kenya. Any conversation that we must have with William Ruto should be a conversation when he's out, or we have a date when our next election is going to be held, for the people to be able to choose that new group that they want to lead them. And more importantly, part of that conversation, again, should be you cannot go back to Parliament to tell Parliament, can you constitute for us an IEBC? The danger with that is that all these members have lost legitimacy. And any process that involves them, they are going to start that process by giving you a team that will give you an election that undermines how your vote is going to be exercised. I think mine was just to thank General and to share my 2 cents contribution, and to urge General and all other Kenyans who are like-minded to continue on this space. There is no country in the world that has ever recalled its sovereignty like we have done in Kenya at this particular point. And we cannot let anybody else down if we decide to go back to the oppressor. And also part of what General is saying about we are dealing with a system. This is not even about William Ruto himself. This is a system that's entrenched in politics, in business, in government, bureaucracy, in agriculture. Every sector that you can think of is a system that feeds off the people. And for the first time, we have an opportunity to completely dismantle that system and create a new state that is responsive to the wishes and the desires of the people. There's a comment which has been made about the international community. One thing we must bear at the back of our minds is this. The international community will only stand with William Ruto for as long as he pretends that he has some level of legitimacy or authority over the people of Kenya. The moment they realize that he's no longer useful to them, they'll dump him. So they should not even be our focus. Our focus should be how we reclaim our space and we create a new republic within the confines of that which we want to serve the people of Kenya. On the question of the army, my urge is this. In the circumstances of the day, the people are not at war with their army. And William Ruto will desire to use the army as a buffer between him and the people. Now we must kill the army with love. We must show them a way that we have nothing to do with them. They exist to protect the people of Kenya. And if you put an army in a situation where they have to choose between an individual and the people of Kenya, a rational army will defend the people and not an individual. In fact, in most cases, when an army is sent to kill its civilians, it is so much easier to convince that army to defend the civilians and ask the person who is the oppressor to cede for the people to have their say. That's all I wish to contribute at this particular point. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Much.
So, yeah,
Okay.
go on.
Thank you much.
Yeah, can I speak?
for that. Yeah, wait, Peter. Thank you so much, Wakili. Generally, many people have requests. They are really requesting that you block them. So if you can unblock them, they follow you. They will be so happy. So that's
Yeah.
the people.
No, but a lot of them are NIS, and there's no reason to unblock NIS. And there is no reason also to unblock people who are abusing me for no reason. Like now, I think I've made my contribution and I'm still doing it. So if you come here and just abuse me, or if you come here and want to know where I am because you want to come and kidnap me, I have no reason to allow you to monitor me. So yes, I'm unblocking people who are genuine, who have good faith, but I have no obligation to unblock NIS.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. I think Dr. Willis, keep it on, man. We need you on board all the time. And also soon we are inviting you for the same conversation to look the way forward. Thank you so much for joining us this evening. Madge.
Yes, just before
Hello,
Peter
member.
goes,
Yes.
just hold on a little before Peter goes. Peter is next. One thing I wanted to say, and nobody has mentioned it, I'm very surprised. On Friday, this space was scheduled on Friday, and news came out. Today, somebody misadvised the president to schedule another meeting exactly an hour after this space. So to me, that was more of a fear and trying to make sure that not everyone, to reduce the number of participants that are going to come to this space. So Miguna and everybody else is a citizen of Kenya, and we realize the role that he has been and how far his reach is. If we live in a society where a sitting president decides to actually try to make sure to sway viewers or listeners to one direction, this is something that is really the trend that Kenya is taking is not good. That I don't know if it's bad advisors and I don't know what is going on, but that was the case to be, as I understood today. If they could, they would have even made sure he had technical problems. So we are at a point where people are trying to even control who's being listened to, and there are journalists who actually, from an ethical point of view, they've even needed to switch on their brains and say, so what is going on? There's somebody who has a lot to speak, because the first question I was asking myself is that, okay, what do they fear? What do they think Miguna is going to say? Why are they trying to really at the same time? That is actually, they only pushed it an hour after, so that it's not as obvious. But at the thing that it remains that they actually tried to be online the same time that Miguna is online. That shows you guys, keep listening to what he's saying, because that is the only reason why they felt uncomfortable. Otherwise, they could have just waited and found other ways to really come in, even with bloggers and other things and things like that. But that really showed me, I was really terrified. I was like, okay, is that my country now? And who's even advising the president to do that? So actually today, General Chapo, the president, a sitting president of the republic, has seen you as a serious threat and managed to really hold a conversation the same time you are doing. So keep the good work. Keep it there, because that was really that's massive.
Hello, moderators. Can I have two questions for the general, kindly?
No, you cannot. We are following an order. You cannot. Peter, go.
Abdi, we don't work that way. We don't work that way. You need to carry up your hands. That's number one. That's number one rule.
That was not Abdi.
No, it was not Abdi. It was
Thank you.
Tomboya, but he's muted.
Okay,
So
Peter,
Makori, let's go. Yeah.
Peter, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Tim. I also wanted to join many of you who have expressed your condolences to the families and relatives of the young people who were shot dead for whatever reasons that the security people did. I wanted to say that I'm very excited by the the decision by the young people of Kenya to oppose a regime which has gone rogue. William Ruto is very cunning, and I am very happy that for the last few days I've stayed late into the night to watch social media, which I've seen many industrious young people coming out very strongly to dare this system that we are not afraid of you and we want you out. That's very good, and I urge you on. What I wanted to say is that the Arab Spring of 2012, I think, I may be wrong, but I think it was around 2012, where just civilians like all of you here and all of us went into the streets and removed dictatorial governments from the Arab nations. And social media is a very strong, very powerful tool. I wanted to say that just as much you remarked about the potential of the former IBC member, or rather chairman, Mr. Isaac Hassan, likely to be appointed a court of appeal in Kenya, is something that's very, very disturbing, because when we saw his application being approved by the JSC to be interviewed for the position of court of appeal, something that came to our minds was this person was named in the chicken gate that had some of the directors who were bribing IBC people jailed in London. But Isaka Hassan, Davis Chilchil, Ken Nyaundi, Gladys Sholay, who participated, and others who participated in the scam, were let scot-free even when the government of London or Britain provided evidence linking these people to the corruption. Having said that, the amount of corruption which is happening across Kenya's counties, and I think that's where I'm going to mention and stop, is mind-boggling. I had the opportunity to visit Taita Taveta County just two days ago, and the amount of poverty that I saw was quite striking. And I asked somebody, what happened? Does this county have any funding from the government, for even road construction? Then somebody said, yes, there was a former governor and who was a former journalist, looted the county dry, and when somebody initiated to have him charged with the looting, he quickly made friendship with Raila Odinga. And then later on, he was embraced by Uhuru Kenyatta, and everything collapsed. He has been left scot-free. So as we agitate for the removal of this whole system, please bear in mind that all the counties, or most of the counties across Kenya, are riddled with a lot of corruption of unimaginable proportions. You remember the former governor in Western, I think, who came back, and he had been mentioned in a lot of theft of public money. Busia governor, former governor, who had stolen a lot of money, and he was arrested and charged, but the case has gone into the freezers. So keep the fight. We support you, and we'll be behind you at all times. Dr. Miguna, you said 1979 you had done your, I don't know whether you did your high school or you were in finishing your primary school. I was joining Standard 1 in 1979. So you can see the journey that people have walked. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks. And if I look at the time properly, I think we have 4 minutes, and then I would like to give them
20 minutes. 20 minutes much.
No, I want to say 4 minutes before, because I would like to give him 15
Okay.
cue in 15 minutes of always 10 to please finalize. So next is 6,000, and then Abdi. No, sorry, it was
Thank you.
Narendra. 6,000 is older. Narendra, it was you, and then 6,000, then Abdi. Yeah.
No, I will be very short. I think the general has been very clear. It's been very clear on the things that we must be focused. We must not lose focus with a lot of things, with the military precision, so that we know and keep the things which we are up to. On Tuesday, please, everybody come out. It is a simple, very simple. On Tuesday, come out, take your shoes, bring some water, dress nicely, and come out. It is just a simple thing. But if you think you are sitting in your house, and you think you are safe, you don't want to think the streets are very rough and the soldiers are there. Just stay in your house. But please, everybody come out peacefully, and we will go and peacefully protest. And I want to talk to our soldiers because they are listening to us. Please, when you are leaving your barracks on Tuesday, bring us water. We need a lot of water. Put some water on these your things there, these your cars, because we need water on the street. Bring water. We want water. We love you so much. And in fact, it is better for even us to have the soldiers on the street because it was very peaceful. So come on Tuesday, come out peacefully. Let us tell Sakayo it's enough, it's enough. And Maj, you are talking about this interview of today. Don't worry about this interview. I mean, you just go and listen and you judge it for yourself. What he said. You don't. I mean, don't worry about this interview of today. So please, everybody, mine is just everybody come out on Tuesday, come out on Thursday. The guy is as weak as he is, and then everybody can see. But he's coming out pretending that is one of the toughest. I mean, you just come out on Tuesday. The general has been very clear. There's nothing here, left, right, and center. Let us be laser focused and finish the job. Period. All these other things, what, these things, we will finish them at the time. So everybody, the young people, everybody, ladies, women, come out and let us finish the job. Thank you very much. I'm out.
Thanks, Henry. No, I'm not worried about the interview. I'm just actually worried about the incompetent people around the president, because that was really embarrassing. You cannot have. We know that there's a crisis in the country, but that's the office of the president. You cannot have them doing very. They're listening here. That incompetency really, really is on a level that I've never seen. 6,000, and then Abdi, and then Dr. will go.
Yeah, so Maja, thank you for this opportunity. Me, I'm here to address Dr. Miguna. And Dr. Miguna, as a good citizen of Kenya, in 2022, you campaigned for William Ruto and clapped
6,000.
everything.
I don't want to. No, just hold on. I don't want to like gag you or anything. Miguna has explained himself why he voted for Ruto, or campaigned for Ruto. Also, he said that he gave the reason. So, and this platform is not for bashing Miguna. And you people are actually even telling me, oh, tell him to unblock us. He's also a human being with a family and children. You think his time is only about, we have to also be careful about mental health there. So no, this podium is not about bashing. Some of you are even paid to troll me when I explained to you the importance of putting the German government in check because of their interests. So no, that's not what we are about. There are already dead people, people who've been killed. People are dealing with a lot. So please, if you have to release pressure, go and stroll. Do not. We don't do it there. We've kept it civil until now. We want to continue like that. So
Yeah, thank you so much,
yes,
Marge, for
yeah.
that. I want to echo the voice that we are here to look way forward. I think that's the way to go. Those people are thinking that, oh, so you what we're gonna explain. Dr. explain about those things. If you came late, you listen to the recording. I think that's the way forward to go. So who was coming next? Abdi, go ahead.
Okay. Thank you, everyone. It's encouraging to have this dialogue and the way forward, and the joy of listening from a foreign country here in Toronto. I would like to extend my special thanks also to the host, and a special thanks to Dr. Miguna, who I know from our community here. I think the discussion was the bare minimum was to have Ruto must go. But I'm looking on a flip side, and I have a few questions that we need to keep in mind. And one of the issues that I want us to keep in mind as if the bare minimum is not reached is things like national dialogue. What are the steps being taken to initiate an inclusive national dialogue? Electoral reforms, specific electoral reforms proposed to restore confidence in the electoral process. Judicial independence, how can the judiciary be independent and be safeguarded? and anti-corruption efforts, what measures are in place to intensify the fight against corruption? And economic recovery is my last question. What are the key components of the economic recovery plan, and how will address the need of the most vulnerable Kenyans? Finally,
I'll take that. I'll take that. Okay.
yeah, and
You done
finally,
with the
about
question? Okay.
security, ensuring security forces act responsibly and maintain public trust during this period of instability. Thank you, and
Thank you.
good to see you, Dr. Mugina, also.
Yeah, thank you. Let me just take those questions for Dr. Mikuna, and actually, and only the fifth one is relevant. The rest of them, the government has had a mandate to do the things you are requesting us to discuss here. They did not manage. That is why people have come out and say, no, it's not working like that. So the mandate people have, some of us, we are paid to do consultancy. So you cannot come here and ask us to give the government free consultancy of what they should be doing, that they failed to do it. So what we are discussing now is the way forward. And of course, the last question that you have is very relevant about the security, but otherwise, no, let's discuss this topic first, and then we'll cross the bridge when we get there with the next topic. Abdi, and thanks for your contribution. I think this is the time. So now Dr. Miguna has 12 minutes because it's, I'm not restricting your time. I'm just checking on how many more time we have. But probably Bazuri can go, and then the general can close. Can take the mic. Yeah, Bazuri.
Thank you so much, Marge. This is Kimani. I call myself Bazuri, calling you and joining you in this very important conversation from Vancouver. And I'm so glad that we have so many of us having the same sentiment. Just to put it out of the way, the Vancouverites, the Kenyans in Vancouver, have been very keen on this. I know some people are so divided, especially people in the diaspora. I have noted a trend of, people who are not on the ground have got a different way of feeling things. But again, these are people who sometimes have got, maybe they feel they are safe. But I continue telling them, as long as you have your folks, your kins back home, no one is safe. So here in Vancouver, we are standing with everybody, and especially those foreign heroes, I would call them, in Kenya, by the same bullets that their parents may have paid tax to buy. That was a shame, a very shameful, occurrence, to say the least. So I also want to, to thank Dr. Miguna. I know he knows, he has been a very big pillar to our revolution, to our democracy, because he says as it is, and many people cannot stand that. And this is what makes people, uh, you know, you know, kind of stay on the edge. I want to say that, if I had my own choice, and I was so devastated when the people of Nairobi did not do the right thing to put him on the trajectory to become the governor of Nairobi at that time. But they will have themselves to blame anyway, and they're crying today. So, Marge, I know the diaspora has been very, very vocal on matters Kenya. I want to encourage all the other diasporians to continue with the same sentiment of making sure that we hold our elected members into account. Although, as of now, I do not think we have anybody elected, because who can explain to me seriously that you can go vote for a bill and then come out and say, I'm so sorry for whatever I did? And yet, you people who elected you had said it clearly, please do not do it. So, in this case, who has power to do what? And these are some of the questions what we need to continue asking ourselves, because we cannot continue acting as though things are normal again. Finally, well, people may think that this is a Gen Z problem or it's their calling. It is not. This is an idea. And as they say, nobody can stop an idea whose time has come. We have to do whatever we have to do. Our grandfathers did whatever they did with the colonialists, and they're out there. Although they left the legacy, whatever they left, the continuation of colonization in our heads. This time round, we are more aware our consciousness is more alert, and we must not go through that route again. And I join hands, say, Kenyan government and everybody who is associated with that, it is rotten to the core and it has to be disbanded. And we have to constitute the IABC or call other organizations or units within Africa and the globe to come and help us reconstitute and bring to power or to the leadership, I may say, leaders with conscience, leaders that are going to be listening to the people and who mind the people who are in Kenya and not minding the tumbocrats that are in Washington, D.C. and other places. Thank you so much, Marge, and we shall continue with the fight.
Thanks so much.
Right.
Sorry, go on, Hilary.
No, thank you so much. I wanted to say thank you much. I know, Bazuri. I know there's a lot of requests, and I know Daktari want to give maybe his final remarks. But I want to say that we will not close the space, because Daktari is engaged on some other issues. When he goes, we'll still go on to ask more questions. Then those questions I will make sure that he has them. So in our next session, he will come and answer them. The one that is relevant. I think that's the way forward, March.
Thank you. Yes. So after he leaves, we are going to have like more of questions for Dr. Miguna. There is a complaint that so far there are a lot of diasporans in the panel, and not Kenyans in Kenya. And the last Kenyan in Kenya we had speaking here came to just attack. But academia is a Kenyan living in Kenya, and Mutho, I think you too. But let's have academia speak, and Mutho, if you guys take 2 minutes each. Mutho, if you're not in Kenya, you need to give a priority to somebody who's in Kenya, and then Dr. will close. Academia, 2 minutes, please. Can you hear me, Hilary?
I can hear you, but Academia, your mic is off. I don't know what is
Okay,
happening.
Mutho, let's go. Okay, so now those two.
Can give a Chieng. You can give a
Aching, are
Chieng.
you
I
in
think
Kenya?
she's an advocate.
Yes, hi. Thank you. I can speak if given the opportunity.
Yes, please do. Yeah.
First of all, this is just to thank you guys for this platform, and to Dr. Miguna and to Kenyans as in seawater. This thing is purely organic, because the things Miguna is echoing are the same things that Willis echoed in the morning. I've watched, and so sorry, I had to watch the interview by President Ruto. Na guys, nachemka bana, nachemka. The things this man is saying on TV as a president he should not sit in office. He's justifying the abductions. He's justifying how Keter was aimless if people want him to step down. And I can tell you, and as Winguna said, and as Willie said, and I'm speaking as an advocate of the High Court of Kenya, the power belongs to the people of Kenya and Article 1 of the Constitution. There's no time we will get any other chance like this. He said he's willing to come to Sweet Twitter space and talk. We don't want those talks of his. He should act, and his time to act has gone. Let's just rally up each other Tuesday, sisi kwa sisi, because if we don't show up, if they can abduct Keter like that, us minors, what are they going to do to us? It's really a saddening situation, and I'd really appreciate if all Kenyans wake up to this, regardless of our tribe. And it's good we are tribeless, and yeah, we are tribeless, and we speak the same language. So I'm really grateful. Kenyans, Tuesday ni sisi na hao, tusisahau.
Sawa Chieng. Imagine before you, Utom Boya, Daktari, Pacha tu Tom Mboya Junior aseme kitu, ameinua mikono one minute.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Well, thank you. And I greet you, fellow Kenyans. Thank you for the opportunity. I have two quick questions for the general. It's so unfortunate that his time has gone, but the question is, first, I wanted to ask about his comment on foreign interference, and indeed he confirmed that it is there. Now, we all agree on a total overhaul of the system through a popular revolution. Once we succeed in this, my question is that what do we do so that we evade the foreign interference, knowing that even if we succeed, they can go direct to the president. And the ultimate goal, if the president is of high integrity, courageous, and of high discipline, they will kill the president, as they did to Sankara and many other people. How do we evade? And another thing, the constitution that we are using, knowing that it is the right constitution and it has good system, only that the people that have been in power are not following the constitution. Because I believe the constitution is colonial, do we consider coming up with a new constitution? Or if we are going to use the same constitution, how do we maneuver so that we operate through an African system of governance without colonial interference? Question to Daktari. Thank you.
Very good question. As we hand over the mic to Daktari, and I said he's gonna come. Yeah, go on.
Thank you very much, and I thank everybody. I thank all the contributors. It's a Sunday, so people have taken their time. All the comments, all the questions are all on point. I want to say Willis hit it right on point on everything. Just to tell you, Willis is the one that we did the drafting of the oath with, and who brought me the stand when Raila had already chickened out and could not even be seen. So these are people that have been in the struggle for a long time. The only thing is that they disappeared with me, and I think for a period of time they may have compromised Willis, but that's for another day. So I thank Willis for his insight, which are all on point. Aching was also quite on point, and everybody else. Let me start by saying, do not buy fear. That's what they want. The first thing that you do, forget about fear. Do not think about the abductions or whatever, and tell them you're not scared of them. That disarms them completely. Ruto now is exposed and is terrified. That is why he had, that's why he had a hastily convened media briefing at State House. This is somebody I know. He's been scared of me since University of Nairobi. So I know as a person he's scared of me naturally. Senator Kakamega. And he knows I don't scare him. I'm not scared of him. Ruto is empty. He has no ideology. He has no philosophy of life. He has no morals. He's a psychopath. He must be removed. We have to keep saying that. We donated power to him and we have withdrawn it. And he has to vacate the space. That space belongs to us. State House is a public space. It does not belong to William Ruto. Number two, we have to be cognizant of the fact that the army will not shoot 10 million people on the streets. So we have to turn out in large numbers and ensure that the army understands that they work for the people. They don't work for William Ruto. And they do understand that. The police already understands that, even though they have been brutal. And we must keep a record of each and every abductant, each and every murderer that we have been able to take pictures of. Almost everybody has a phone. Almost everybody has a camera on those phones. Use them. Use them effectively. Let's expose them. Let's keep a catalog, and let's punish them after we have removed William Ruto. Number 3, Kenyans in the diaspora, be vibrant, be people who contribute towards the struggle. Your contributions are going to be 3. 1, send whatever material support that is needed on the streets. Number 2, bombard the embassy of the West. Please, 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 turn off your mic.
Off your mind.
Bombard the embassies of the West. Bombard Washington, bombard Ottawa, bombard Berlin, bombard London, all of them. Bombard the prime ministers and the presidents of the West. Tell them they cannot stand with William Ruto. Write emails, call their offices, or tweet or post on their walls. Just harass them every single day until they get the message. This is how we managed to get boycott against apartheid regime in South Africa and crippled it and brought it to its knees. This is how we managed to cripple Moi and Mobutu and the rest of them. Dictators have been there and they have always supported dictators, and we have always brought dictators down. Ruto is not going to be different. So let us do that. Number 3, and this is very important. I had somebody grudge about the diaspora involvement. Can we mute everybody so that at
Yes,
least I
let me
can?
do that because you're doing your spitting important points. That's why whoever was trying to tamper is now really sweating and increasing the intensity of tampering with the space here. Because so far
Who is
everyone
this
is
guy called
muted.
God? The God who has not been, and even Abdi and the rest. I mean, let's just mute. Let's mute ourselves when other
Yeah, they
people
are
speak.
muted.
They're
Yes, Dr.
muted
You
now.
are
Please
muted.
continue.
If you
Yes.
open up your mic, we're gonna remove you from the space, guys. Mute your mic. Go on, Dr.
So I was saying people are grudging about the diaspora without understanding that the diaspora sends more money than the Ministry of Tourism generates. And in many countries like
lakini kitu
Italy
ya maana
and
ni
other
tuweze
countries, there
kushikana
is a
kama
ministry of
nchi
the diaspora because of the remittance. Diasporans are Kenyans. And Somalia is run by diaspora. Easily, the entire Easily is diaspora money. So diaspora is important. But diaspora have to do more than that. In Liberia between 19, in Algeria between 1954 to 1962, they have the war of liberation against the French colonialism. And the most critical point and important point I want to draw here is that during the war, which was led by the Algerian Liberation Front, ALFA, the media that was recording and cataloging the struggle and boosting the morale of the liberation fighters against colonialism was actually not Algerian. The media and the cameras and the individuals that were doing this were from Yugoslavia, sent by a man called Tito, who was the president then. He was supporting the Algerian Liberation Front and the movement for liberation against the French colonialism. All the radios during the struggle against colonialism in South Africa, in Mozambique, in Angola, in Zimbabwe, all those radios were operating from Tanzania. They were not operating from these countries. The liberation movement in Namibia, the radio stations were in Tanzania. Tanzania was the one supporting the frontline states. In other words, there is no liberation movement, there is no revolution that has been won by people who are fighting internally only. If you try to do that, they simply come at night, they pick you up, and there will be no X space. So the X spaces may have to be even moderated from abroad so that they don't arrest the people doing them. This is very important, and we must all get this. This is a struggle for everyone. We cannot segment ourselves. We cannot be parochial and hope that we will win. So William Ruto and his imperial handlers will try to shut you down. They will make the internet slow, or they will simply switch it off. But if the X spaces and everything else is being beamed from outside, they cannot tamper with them. That is something we have to put in our heads, and we should not forget. So the diaspora, play your role fully. Let Ruto feel your weight. The third point, foreign interference. There will always be foreign interference or attempts to interfere. But as I said, if we are using the software of integrity, and if we are using the true, genuine, revolutionary methods of transforming a society, they will not be able to interfere. They will have to play ball with us. How come they have not interfered in China? How come they can't interfere with Putin in Russia? How come, countries have been liberated? Look, they have blockaded Eritrea for the last 30 years, and they have not been able to overthrow that government. And Eritrea is cleaner than Ethiopia that they have interfered with. So, yes, you can block the West and you can survive. The West does not own the world. They will have to do deals with us on our terms. Some of their debts we will not pay, and they will have to write them off. Those are the demands we will make. And if they don't like it, we close their bases, they go back, and there is nothing they can do. All right. The next one, a new constitution. We don't need a new constitution. If we do need a new constitution, we will figure it out after removing this regime. What we need now is to remove this regime under clause 1 of the current constitution so that nobody accuses us of acting extra constitutionally or extra legally or doing things that are not within the law. This is the reason they could not arrest me in 2018, up to 2022, even up to now, because they knew that everything was anchored under clause 1 of the Constitution. We have a right to reject a government that has lost its legitimacy. That's our right. Nobody can accuse us in court because we are doing exactly what we should do. So, no, let's not digress. Let's not be diverted to sub issues about constitutions and whatnot. Finally, I want to leave here on a high note. I want to leave here with something tangible, things that are tangible we are doing. So, number one, all we need to do is ask for William Ruto to resign with this entire regime. So, William Ruto must go together with everybody else. A singular demand. It cannot be confused, it cannot be diverted, it cannot be diluted. Let's leave all those laundry lists to NIS and people they have compromised who are not interested in total liberation. We did not come this far. Ruto did not kill all the people he killed in the CBD, in Githurai, and yesterday outside Nairobi there. He did not kill all these people so that we can close shop with the tail between our legs and run away. Ruto should feel our weight, the weight of Kenyans. So number two, after Ruto must go together with all his regime, you must boycott Western Hotel. It belongs to us anyway, but before we take it back, nobody should go to Western. I think the country should say Western should be closed. It should be closed to business. Amaco Insurance should not be operating. Let's start with Ruto's businesses. Let's boycott all of them before we move to anybody else. Because these are the companies he's using to siphon money from public coffers. And these are the places, the hiding places of his looters. So let's cripple him financially before we even remove him from State House, or as we remove him from State House. So we have to be very, very clear. Let's not go to MPs yet, because the moment the government is dissolved and we have a transitional authority, everybody comes home. The MCS come home, the MPs come home, and everybody else. All these people who have been supporting Finance Bill 2024 are not going back. So we have solved one problem in one fell swoop. We don't have to recall them one by one. We don't have to reconstitute the IBC. The IBC will be reconstituted within 2 weeks of us removing Ruto from power. So let's not digress to details that are not necessary. I thank you very much for listening to me. I thank you very much for the sacrifice or sacrifices, for the solidarity, for the support towards a total liberation of Kenya. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Daktari. And as much come in, thank you so much for finding time. And also, when we scheduled it, you said that yes, you would like to address these people. And if you can confirm to Kenyans that this is just a beginning of the conversation, we can do it again on Saturday after that Tuesday and Thursday. We can do a follow up of the same.
Exactly. I am, of course, I'm in this 100%. In
All
fact,
right,
1,000%.
guys. After this,
So let's continue the struggle. Luta continua. Viva.
we are scheduling another
No,
space.
we'll schedule in the course of the week. But right now, let's mobilize everybody
Right.
for this week. Let's
Yeah.
turn out in our numbers. Let's turn out in our millions. And let's be focused. Let's be disciplined. Let's be peaceful. Let's address Ruto in one voice that he must leave with his entire administration.
Thank you so much, Dr.
And please don't call him president.
Yeah, I'm so humbled for your time. I know more than 3 hours, and also we want to say that thank you so much. And also, members, we are not leaving. We want all these people who have a request merge so that they can share their questions. Then we keep them for Daktari. We can share with him throughout the week so that he can respond on them on Saturday. Saturday we'll schedule another conversation with him, or Saturday or Sunday again, for the same to follow up of the what is happening. Margie and Wanjiru, back to you.
Thank you so much, Hillary, and thanks, Dr. Miguna, also for really coming on board and for sharing, with us. Oh, somebody's mic is on. Wanjiru, kindly mute. So I would like to say he was highlighting also the importance of the diaspora here. And some people might wonder, we are so far away. No, your struggles are our struggles. For example, when life the taxes are increased, that means the black taxes for us also increase. That's what somebody calls the black taxes. And we have children here who also want to come back to Kenya or visit Kenya. So this is why it's important. And we are together in this. And on Tuesday, I think I'll put it on the second, on the comment section, I'll be having a conversation with the Citizen TV, where we're going to really also, I'll be sharing, as one of the panelists there, sharing the diaspora impact in it. Because as a lot of you have seen, I shared all those the demonstrations that were going on in the diaspora. I was amplifying for them all the demonstration. You could see that in Germany, at least 6 towns demonstrated. There was a demonstration in France, in the Netherlands, in Scotland, in Italy, and so just do check and amplify and know that the diaspora is with you. We want to have a stable country. We want to have a stable community. We want to have an enabling environment, because only then can we also bring in money to invest there. Some of us have tried to invest there, but due to corruption, we were just bolted out, So, but that is not what we want. As before we continue, I'd
Yep.
like to say that there
So,
were over 29,000 people also listening anonymously. So the space has been like more of bigger or larger than a stadium. Chapeau there to our speaker and to the listeners who came. And those listening anonymously, yes, just feel free to take the points that we note. Wanjiru, do you have something to say before we go? Because as
Before
noted,
Anjiru, I was saying
go
that
on, go.
we are requesting this 28,000 to follow Maj and to follow Biril, to follow Anjiru, to follow each other for us to check up. And also, General is coming again next week. That one will keep us on course and to have a proper communication. When you communicate something or we communicate something, that one will go across a board to help us move this thing forward. So as much as we were 31 actually, we were 31,000 listening
No,
today.
no, Hillary, that is the 31,000. But then there was another, the what's it called?
The
There's this one,
the listen.
yeah, these ones who hide.
All right.
They're also almost the same number, so double so much. Yeah,
All
okay.
right. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much, guys, for joining. And also, we want to give everybody a mic. You raise the questions, we'll take them and we'll share them with the with Daktari with time. And next weekend again, we will be here. We're gonna schedule that.